bussin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do. So sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people, the people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil that lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, homeboy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentalities, several different realities. Enter the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC/master of the ceremony. Testimony, won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey. Kinda like Sigourney. Implore me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas, go figure. It's the card, they call me Uncle Bigger. Niggas love your blunts, down your liquors. I read the parallel to the fiction. You're fixated on this brother's nature. Relaxed behavior, I might save your change. Flip it, rearrange the whole concept. You was good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics. Just atomic, it beats like a bonnet. Cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the Bugatti type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? It's still, but only necessary in the berry. I'm milk like dairy, they quite contrary. That's scary, but I'm a dog in a prairie. I scurry to grab my bones and just bury. Lyrical flurry, go get your secretary with impeccable dictions. My style might vary, so get a hold of your own shit real fast. Fucking with us, we take it right out your ass. Prairie dogs chill while the other dogs howl. Too many dogs get sent to the pound. Back on the hill, me and my peeps just lounge. Prairie dogs, we keep it on the down. Splatter, don't like gun splatter. We try to climb the ladder, wicked men get better. They make it like splatter, but it really don't matter. Cause you know we coming back to our sons and our daughters. Follow him, the one who protects ya. And the mother, she will never neglect ya. Through divine nature, the people respect ya. And in this way I deliver my lecture.
Everybody, we are back in effect. It is Wednesday, the 8th April, 08:51. You know, Central European time. That would make it 02:51 Eastern Standard Time, America. What's up to everyone out there in the world that's listening? I'm glad to be back. It's a little hectic. I had to take a little break yesterday. Not even a break. I had too much stuff to do, but so I couldn't really. I didn't have time to set the stream up. But listen, nonetheless, as you see, mad stuff is happening. I mean, what I can say is that easy. They go up. Everything that goes up must come down. You know what I mean? And Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put fucking Trump back together again. And now they trying to substitute goddamn JD Vance for his punk ass. And I am just like, I'm sorry, but the motherfucking United States government is out of its goddamn mind. Anyone that's still sitting around trying to figure out, is their country about to go down in flames, is stupid as fuck, right? Or compromised. Like, really, at this point, do you really think this is normal? Is this the best you got in 2026? This is supposed to be normal in 2026 for any fucking let me tell you, the only goddamn Western country that thinks anything close to this is normal is the motherfucking United States of America and their representatives, their fucking Supreme Court, their senators, their goddamn congressional members. I'm sorry, and I'm not talking about Dems, because Dems are the only ones that have really been doing it. The only reason why you see this goddamn clown is because of the Republicans. And look, let's not just blame the representatives, even though they are to blame. But no, it's your goddamn constituency that is dumb as fuck to have even voted for Trump in the first place. Trump hates poor people. That means you too, god damn it. He hates middle class people. That means you too, god damn it. Maga, he hates you. What the fuck is wrong with you? And they're sitting around. I see. Look, I showed you the video. The ladies out there. Let me pull the video up before we get started on everything else. Let me just pull the damn video up to remind you what we're dealing with, because this is really what it is. This is not normal. And I see why Republicans are taking their sweet time. And it ain't the Dems. I'm going to show you exactly what it is. This is a cold goddamn fact of the United States of America. And this can never be said enough. You cannot escape it. It is what it is. It is part of your DNA. Stop playing games with people. I just want to remind people of the reason. This is why, because the Republicans' constituency is like this. This is what they are. Can you hear it?
I know what I want.
But you wouldn't be able to get what you want if you can't vote for it.
I don't care. I've told you 3 times. I don't care.
Are you saying you don't mind if your right to vote would be taken away?
I don't care.
You heard that
I know
right.
what I want.
The fate of the United States of America is in people's hands with these kind of brains. And this is what it is. And you just have to say it. And again, this is not any particular color, because I'm going to tell you, this infects, sadly enough, even some black people, black Americans. It infects them. Look, they were the same ones out there talking about get the Caribbeans out. Get the fucking goddamn, it's just like the same thing up there in the brain. Mush.
I know what I want.
You wouldn't be able to get what you want if you can't vote for it.
Duh. But here's her answer.
I don't care.
She don't care. And this is exactly this is exactly what has plagued the United States of America. These are the goddamn voters. I mean, I want to blame the Republican representatives, but with voters like this, what the fuck are they supposed to do? There are people like this. This is what it is. I'm sorry, but there is no reason. There is no reason in the most powerful country on earth, there are uneducated. Don't think that this lady is alone. There is vast number. You saw it? Hold on. Don't you dare think she was alone. She was not alone at all. Just pay attention to the background. Pay attention to the background here. She don't try to say, hey, she just got one problem. No, this is a whole goddamn neighborhood.
I told you 3 times. I don't care.
Are you saying you don't mind if your right to vote would be taken away?
I don't care. I know what I want.
You wouldn't be able to.
Look, dude standing right next to her, another dude behind her, then the black dude is back there walking around selling t-shirts, probably selling Trump t-shirts and shit that say, I know what I want.
To get what you want if you can't vote for it.
I don't care.
And this guy here, I think he's called the Good Liar, something like that. Listen, this guy's got loads of videos of these Republicans. He's going there to the towns where they live, asking them questions. They don't know what the fuck the First Amendment is, from the 3rd to the 4th to the 5th. Nothing. You know what I mean? And you know, this is what you have to deal with. I mean, I'm just sad, but that is what our lives are in these people's hands. The world is in that lady's hands, basically. That's what's in the United States. And it can't be underestimated, because people want to try to make it seem like it's something else. No. Because if the people weren't so goddamn dumb, this could never fucking happen. I mean, I'm sorry. You have to wear the badge of dumbness before you can take it off and put it down. You can't take it off and put it down before you recognize, God damn, there's a lot of fucking Americans wearing that dumbass badge. And this is why they're out there praying for Israel right now. Motherfuckers are out there like, dear God, we pray that God brings a nuke down on Iran. They will pray, and they say that they're praying to a Christian God to nuke fucking Iran. And these are the same people that on any other day they would be hating Jews in the United States of America, but somehow they want to protect Israel. It makes no motherfucking sense. I'm sorry. It makes no sense. KKK, right wing, has always hated fucking Jews in the United States of America. And the only reason why they're even entertaining this thing with Israel is because maybe they get a chance to kill some Muslims. That is it. There's nothing else to it. And they are praying. They're out there praying it. Luckily, big up to the Pope. I don't know his name, but the Pope, the one from Chicago. Thank you. Thank you for being a decent human being in a time where we lack fucking decent human beings, and especially of power. You know, look, you got Putin, who's playing both sides of the fence. You know what I mean? He is definitely not the good one. He's down with Trump, pretending like he's an adversary to Trump. They want to spread Nazi right-wing shit in Europe. That is what they're going for. That is what Putin has always been going for. This is what him and Trump have in common, and they have linked up. They won't support Ukraine because Zelensky's a Jew. One Jew. Just one goddamn Jew in the country, and that's their reason. That is their reason. Don't sleep on that. That is their reason, and they're playing games with a whole lot of people. And the reason why I know that's the reason, because I sat up here on my channel and heard so many of these people bring up the topic of Zelensky's religion. Yes, that is why. I'm telling you, they do not like, they don't like Jews, but they will deal with Israel because it's an opportunity to kill some Muslims. That is sick. Putin in the 90s, all that shit, Kosovo, Bosnia, all of that shit was about Christians and Muslims. And who do you think Putin was supporting? He was supporting Christians, killing Muslims, genocide. And today we have the ones that are a little more clever than that lady, right? Because she ain't the only one. We got some that think they're clever, more clever. We have clever ones, right, who actually, on the left, that actually believe Putin is the good guy. I mean, far left. I'm talking about lunatic fringe far left, right? You know, they actually believe that. They actually believe that somehow the United States is bad and Putin is the good guy. I've seen it. I've heard it. And it's out there. It is out there also. It's not just this right-wing shit. It is out there. We got to be honest about it. These lies, these things have been spread around. This disinformation has been all over the net. This is what we got. And it just so happens that, you know, it's really beating down women, ladies like this. It's really beating them down. I mean, they've been beaten down to the ground. They don't even want to goddamn vote anymore. It's like, I don't care. I want to give up my vote. I don't care. It's like, that's how big the disinformation is. You know, it's banging them on the head, and it bangs other people in different ways, but it's banging a lot of people. And people are not wanting to deal with the facts. They want to deal with their emotions. People don't like when they fuck up. They don't want to admit Americans are having trouble admitting they voted. This is the president. And that means there's far too many people that identify with what Trump has done. That is the problem in the United States of America. That is the problem. There should never even be anywhere close to a chance a person like Trump could ever be president. And yet you saw it all happen. You saw it all happen. Crime. That's okay. He can still be president. Best friend Jeffrey Epstein. That's okay. He can still be president. I mean, and then you got the voters. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care. That's what I want. Okay. And it is what it is. Listen, I know sometimes I'm an American, but listen to me very clearly. I'm an American that has traveled on my own without the motherfucking United States government's help. I mean, of course, you need embassies sometimes, and big up to the people that work in the embassies and do their job. I'm not dissing that. I'm talking about in the country. You try to tell Americans anything that you have learned, they don't fucking listen. They don't fucking listen. And that lady is a primary example. She's a primary example of it. I mean, really.
I told you 3 times, I don't care.
Are you saying you don't mind if your right to vote would be taken away?
I don't care. I know.
You try to tell them that none of that shit is normal outside. None of it's normal outside of the fucking U.S. No one else is doing this in anything close in any other Western nation. I'm sorry. I'm just going to say it very plain. This is not about strategy. This is about you are in danger if you do not know how to compromise with anybody that is ready to remove Trump, impeach some goddamn judges, impeach some administrators. You are in trouble, and you have to figure out how you got there without blaming the people that said, I told you so. You have to do it. Yeah, anyway, Fries, you talking about look at Brexit. Let me tell you, you shouldn't even talk about Brexit in the United States of America. you shouldn't even, just leave that on the table, man, because you ain't going to survive in the U.S. You know, even with Brexit, they have goddamn health care. You know what I'm saying? So it's not about that. And this is one of the problems. Fires. Americans don't like to look in the mirror. They always like to deflect at someone else. I'm the person that's living outside of the country. I'm dealing with these people all the goddamn time. Europe is not that big. Okay? I'm meeting UK people all the time. Not just UK people. Scottish people, Irish people, just Europeans in general, right? Copenhagen's a capital city, right? Let me tell you, you're last, and you are way, way, way off. You wish you were living in the UK, and that is sad because the UK has got problems. You know what I'm saying? That is fucking sad. That is fucking sad. But there's way more Americans with this lunatic French, and Americans so much that they hired the leader of it. And people will say all the time that, yeah, but you know, if the Democrats would have listened just a little bit more, they would have got just edged over those votes. They would have just edged it over. Let me tell you, if you needed that few people to edge to make a difference, you're in a fucked up situation. Because there's no way in hell there's supposed to be anywhere close to that many goddamn dumb people in the United States of America. Let me tell you, there is no goddamn excuse. There's no goddamn excuse. Like, just stop it. Americans fuck themselves over. Americans don't want to work together. And I'm going to tell you something else. They listen a little bit too much to narratives instead of think themselves. They group up in groups. See, I'm a voter, but I don't group up in groups. There's a lot of people that wish that I would group up in groups. But I don't actually do that because I'm very happy with thinking for myself. I don't need anybody else to tell me what the fuck. Do you think I would be here if I needed anyone to tell me what the fuck to think? Absolutely zero. Period. I don't need one politician to tell me shit. I'm living the life they should be providing to their own fucking people, and I know exactly why and how. Okay? It's like, and there is not too many goddamn Americans telling you like this. Period. 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 Okay? So, here's the difference, though. I have a practical mind. And I also have my ear open to hear things. And I know when people are just repeating the same things over and over and over and over and over. So I'm not following anybody's goddamn narrative. I'm not following anybody's goddamn narrative. I don't need to. I don't need to. Listen, and I'm just going to say it. You independents, you need to wake the fuck up also. You all are not too goddamn bright that you can't take some motherfucking criticism. Yes, you can also. You're not perfect. You're just the same. You're in the fucking country. You are just the same. Walking around the same fucking people every fucking day. Okay, so don't play that game. I know plenty of independents that fucked this last election up because they followed fucking brainwash. Putin brainwash. Okay, I'm serious. And they repeat the same goddamn talking points. APAC, 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 APAC. Fuck APAC. Fuck APAC. APAC is nothing. They're just one of the many fucking parties that don't give a fuck about your life. But let me tell you, there's some bigger right-wing ones that really do give a fuck about your life, and they really don't want you to have health care for real. For real. And you heard Trump speak for them. He's speaking for the billionaires. That's the billionaire class. They don't want none of the federal dollars to go to you. And that's how it's always been in the United States of America, that it will be that way with this group of people, regardless if AIPAC was around or not. Period. Period. And it's not just AIPAC. It's a whole host of fucking a whole host of PACs out there. It's a whole host. And I'm not belittling or demeaning AIPAC. I'm just saying, goddamn, yo, man, that's like kids play. AIPAC, AIPAC, AIPAC. Okay, heard it already. Nothing special. Ain't nothing new. You see what I mean? But here's the thing. AIPAC is talking about shit in Israel. Okay? You know, Americans need to learn how to do the opposite. Talk about shit in their own country because the country is fucked up. Let me tell you, fuck AIPAC. AIPAC, how could you be so fucking weak that someone else from another country can stop you from having fucking health care? That's a bullshit excuse. No one can. You don't have it because you don't want it and you're not smart enough to stand up for it as American citizens. That's why you don't fucking have it. And you are the only people in the West that are that fucking dumb. Take responsibility. Take responsibility. You are in this alone because of who you are. You don't try to connect yourself to nothing else. Nobody else. You in this fucking game yourself. You better figure that out. And tomorrow after these elections, it's going to be the same people that you're going to be around if you don't fix this.
I know what I want.
Same people.
I know what I want.
But you wouldn't be able to get what you want if you can't vote for it.
I don't care. I've told
I
you
know
three
what I
times.
want.
I don't
I know
care.
what I want.
Are you saying you don't mind if your
what
free
I
vote
want.
would be taken
I
away?
don't care. I know what I want. I know what I want.
Exactly.
You wouldn't be able to get what you want if you can't vote
You can't
for
tell her shit.
I don't care.
You can't tell her shit. And that's a dangerous place to be. When you can't tell somebody else shit. You know what I'm saying? You can't tell them shit, man. You can't tell them shit. You see what I mean? They don't want to hear nothing new. They want to just hear the same narrative. And that's not the only narrative. See, that's her right-wing narrative. But that's not the only just narrative. Repeat. Sorry. Listen, I'm just telling you. I'm telling you. I know a lot of lefties And a lot of them fucked up. A lot of them believe the hype. They believe disinformation too. And that's why they went out there and voted for Jill Stein. You know what I'm saying? That's why they went out there and voted for you. Don't you know this is a numbers game? Don't you know that that election would be close? When an election is so close, you don't fucking dare vote for someone who has no fucking chance of winning at all. That's what they did. That's what they did. Then on top of it, to add insult to injury, because the math just ain't there, to add insult, so that means these people can't do fucking math. So, and they don't recognize the situation they in when they're not doing the math. But to add insult to injury, a lot of the people, Trump is kicking their motherfucking asses. Some of the people that voted for Trump are the last people on earth that should have ever, no matter fucking what, ever fucking voted for Trump. Are you dumb? Palestinians who voted for Trump, dumb. He fucking hates you. Kamala Harris didn't. Wake the fuck up. Hispanics who voted for Trump, he fucking hates you. Kamala Harris didn't. Jews who voted for Trump, he fucking hates you too. Kamala Harris didn't. You see what I mean? The whole list of you, if you're not willing to clean your shit up, you ain't gonna get nothing better. You deserve what you fucking got. If you're not willing to look yourself in the fucking mirror and figure out where did you go wrong, because he's killing you people. He's killing you. And I said this before, even with the disinformation, Iran did some disinformation. They would do. I mean, it was reported that Iran was involved in the election. You know, this internet thing trying to turn the tide against Kamala Harris. Well, look at you now. Look at you now. Look at you now. Was it worth it? You sure you didn't want Kamala Harris? You sure you didn't want her? You sure you prefer Trump? Well, there's a price to all of that. There's definitely a fucking price. China, there's a price. I mean, Putin, there's a price. Look, let me tell you, they didn't save any lives. For all the scamming on the internet, they didn't save any lives. They have killed more people. Somehow they found a way to just kill even more. And they want to kill more. Guess who else they want to kill? They want to kill Muslims. They want to kill immigrants in Eastern Europe. This is what J.D. Vance was all about. That's what they want to do. Thanks a lot for people who didn't take their vote serious. Thank you. Thank you very much for doing that. Fuck you very much. Also, you stupid fucks. Like, goddamn, wake the fuck up. Take your vote serious. Take your vote serious. Like, it's not a joke. You're going to pay in every goddamn way that there is, every shape and form. Every shape and form. A lot of people, one of my lefty friends, goddamn on Facebook, his name's Kenneth. He's goddamn insane in the fucking brain. Okay. Prejudiced, bigoted, black man though. Poet. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I ain't hating on all of it, but a bigot. A fucking bigot. Yeah, and out of his goddamn brain with disinformation. This man promotes verbatim Putin disinformation talking fucking points every goddamn day of the week. And anytime, even right now, he's out there, what the Dems going to do? The Dems ain't going to do nothing about this. Where are the Dems? Motherfucker, you didn't vote for a Dem. Why you care about if a Dem? Why if you didn't vote for a Dem, they shouldn't fucking help you. Period. Don't even cry to them. If you didn't vote for a Dem, don't cry to Dems to do a goddamn thing. Everyone is crying to the Dems. They should cry to the people that they voted for. Cry to them to do something. You know what I'm saying? Do not cry to the Dems. Don't cry to the Dems at all. Please don't do that. Don't do that. Because the Dem was the only candidate who got up there and told you if Trump gets elected, all this shit is going to happen. You see what I mean? The Dem is the only one who came out there and just spoke honestly about this shit, and people couldn't trust her. She was too much of a woman, of a decent person, of a not scammer, right? And not sitting close to Putin to actually get people's votes. And I'm so happy because it tells you what type of country you're dealing with. It just tells me. It tells me. And I don't need nobody else to tell me. I don't need any narrative. I don't care at all. This is my narrative. I'm making this shit up solo, all by myself. I'm the creator. I am the writer. This is actually my views. And guess what? Whew. I'm right. I'm right. I'm actually right. And thank God for me, because the best decision I ever did some 20 years ago was sit my ass down in Denmark. And yeah, exactly. That was the best thing I did, is actually travel. That was the best thing I did, is travel. Thank God for my father. Thank God for my father. My father told me, I think when I was like 16 years old, 17 years old, my father just looked at me. My father would do this from time to time. I mean, he didn't have to be in a conversation, but he just looked at me one day and said, you know, V, a poor man can go anywhere in the world. And then he just went off to started doing his own shit again. You know, my father's a fine artist, so when he was telling me that, he's always working on some shit. And you know, if I kick it with him, he's working on shit. So that's how we conversate. Blah 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 blah, right? And that's what he said. And you know what? That was genius. That was genius at work, because my father knew 30 years ago, he's a veteran, that the United States of America ain't shit. Like straight up. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going to say it. Like, really. He said it in a nice way. He said, you know, V, a poor man can travel anywhere in this world. Man, wow. Thank you, my pops, for being a real one. Thank you, my pops, for being a real one, because I know so many people that have no idea have no idea about that type of information. And my father loved this country, but he just told me flat out, yo, this motherfucking country ain't shit. And he was right. Dad, you were right, man. This motherfucking country has failed you, has failed our ancestors, has failed all of our goddamn family, has failed completely, utterly. Like, the intelligent people don't win in the United States of America. The hardworking people don't fucking win in the United States of America. The people that want to do good by everyone, that want to be fair to everyone, they don't fucking win in the United States of America. Thank God. Thank God I didn't even know I took my dad's advice, because I was so busy doing my shit traveling. It just never really. Actually, when he told me, I didn't even know what the fuck he was talking about. I was like, huh? Why is he telling me this shit? Then I realized later, nah, he was planting the seed in my head. He was just planting the seed in my head. And thank you for that, because I avoided all that bullshit Americans are experiencing right now. That's on you. That's on you. I voted abroad from Denmark, right? Online, the digital way. And I voted for Kamala Harris. I voted to save your motherfucking lives in the United States of America. That's what I did. Even the ones that are too fucking stupid to know why. Just like I was too stupid to know why my father told me, you know, a poor man can travel anywhere in the world, son. I was like, huh? What the fuck are you telling me for? Well, that's why I voted for Kamala Harris. For even the dumbass Americans that are too fucking stupid to have somebody watching your back. I was trying to watch your back too, but nah. Ain't gonna be that way. You can't help people. Can't help people these days. People want to be caught in their motherfucking narrative. That's where they want to be caught. And they want to be caught up in it. But in any case, you know, as long as I get to speak my piece, fuck it. You can live your life how you want. You know what I'm saying? If you want to fucking roll over, croak over, and die, if you want to fucking work extra hours a week just to pay your bills, go right fucking ahead. If that's what you want to do. If you want to sit around and bitch about Kamala Harris, you just keep bitching. You just keep bitching about Kamala Harris and see where that gets you. All right? You know what I'm saying? If that's what you got, go right ahead for it, because I ain't going to be spending my time bitching about Joe Biden, Kamala fucking Harris, when you know goddamn well none of that excuses any fucking thing. You're supposed to know the nuances too. You're supposed to be able to see the nuances too. And the day you drop the nuances, is the day when we're all niggas. Like straight up, where everyone is just a nigga. You're all the fucking same. The day you drop nuances, and keep in mind, that's what they all said. Well, they're all the same. They're all the same. No, they not all the fucking same. What the fuck are you talking about? No, they are not the same. What you're not trying to do is engage. That's the problem. You can disagree all you want, but they didn't have the same opinion. Trump's opinion is not the same opinion as Biden. You may not have liked the result, but Biden didn't do it for the same reason Trump did it for. There's a difference. You see what I mean? And you got to be able to understand that. And the fact that you never gave Kamala Harris a chance, knowing goddamn well that you never asked the president of the United States, a sitting vice president of the United States, to go against their own president. You've never in the history of your country ever asked another vice president to ever do that. And you asked this woman to do that? Shame on you. That's not even fucking reasonable. You're supposed to have more brains. You're supposed to have fucking more brains. Don't you know when a black person is running for the fucking presidency, they have to fucking lie to get a fair chance? Don't you fucking know that? Don't you know they're going to get more fucking obstacles thrown at them than anybody else fucking will? And if she's a woman, don't you know it's going to be 10 times fucking more? She can't fucking tell you everything, dumbasses. Damn, you all are fucking stupid. You're fucking stupid. Get off Kamala Harris's dick. God damn. You fucked up because of your bigot shit. You live in a bigoted ass fucking country. You need to fucking wake up. You need to fucking wake up. Like, serious, man. There's no excuse for none of this. There's no excuse. Americans are going to have to eat pie. You're going to have to eat whatever they call humble pie. You're going to have to eat humble pie. Everybody, especially if you ain't a Dem. If you ain't a Dem, you're going to have to eat some real fucking humble pie. Because remember, the lady didn't get a chance. Okay? She didn't get a chance because the rest of you motherfuckers didn't give it to her. Now you got to eat the reward, okay? And you better eat all that shit. And when you stop eating it, I'm going to shove the rest of it down your goddamn throat, okay? So that's just how it's going to be. Oh, well. In any case, let's get on to the news. There is news, but I'm going to start here with Denmark before I get into JD Vance and the bitch-ass administration. So let's start here. Let's see. Let's go. Boom. David Reddish.
Possibly even the rest of his week. Or even longer. With the war in Iran continuing to drag on and the Iranians ignoring Trump's bluster and deadlines, Trump is realizing he is in much bigger trouble than he anticipated. Want to start your week off right? Stay with us. This is The David Reddish Show. Welcome to the show, beautiful viewers. I am your host, and I hope you had a great holiday weekend. I hear Brian Nome, the husband of Christy Nome, was wearing his bunny outfit, though it was a Playboy bunny getup, not the mall Easter bunny. And do not sit on his lap regardless. But already, I digress. The war in Iran continues to drag on, with the total cost skyrocketing, President Strokey Pants trying to gut essential programs in the country to pay for his folly, and gas prices climbing ever higher thanks to the shutdown of the Strait.
As you can hear, David Reddish is definitely flaming, but that's not why I listen to him. I listen to him for his newsworthiness. You know what I'm saying? So let's continue. Big up to David Reddish for bringing the news, because it's about to get interesting.
Strait of Hormuz. As you may recall, after vowing to open it and then threatening Iran with all kinds of deadlines to do so, all of which went unheeded, Trump appealed to our allies for help. You know, the nations he wanted to tariff and insult. How did that go?
Attacks across the Middle East ongoing as the Strait of Hormuz remains largely blocked by Iran. President Trump telling ABC News' Jonathan Karl over the phone that America's allies can, quote, get your own oil, adding they can police the strait themselves. This as the average price of gas tops $4 a gallon nationwide for the first time in more than 3 years.
Yeah, I see Fryer said blaming American people for shitty choices is simply, yo, I get blamed for my choices all the fucking time. What are you talking about? Any goddamn time I make a fucking mistake in real life, whether I forget to pay my fucking bus ticket, I pay a goddamn fee, a consequence, a ticket. Okay? Period. That is life. You are to fucking blame. You are. And you are the only person to fucking blame. You better understand that. That's how life works. When you don't want to be blamed, make better fucking decisions. That's the bottom line. But you are American people are definitely fucking to blame. And it's the people that didn't vote for this lady, because you knew goddamn well because you can do math. And if you couldn't do math, you still to blame. Okay? You knew goddamn well that woman needed every fucking vote to avoid this shit. That's what it was about. She didn't get it. Independents, Republicans, and whoever else. Maybe some, as they said, some Dems voted. Well, there you got it. Good for you. You got your reward, and it is you to fucking blame. You're supposed to be smarter than that, and you need to be responsible with your goddamn vote. Do it again, goddamn it. Do it again. Because I will be here. I will be here saying the same shit. Do it fucking again, sucker. Do it again, sucker. Okay? You want to be a sucker? God damn, do American people want to be the suckers? Yeah. Go ahead and be a sucker. Go right for it, man. Because this is your price. Period. That's what it comes down to. Be responsible.
Years, according to Gas Buddy.
Yeah, as it turns out, insulting your friends, then asking them for help is not a great plan. And it gets worse, so stay with me. Among the allies Trump has really ticked off.
All right, now it's going to get interesting. Here we go.
The Danish, over a repeated threat from last year. I'm guessing you remember this stupidity, don't you?
We need Greenland for national security, not for minerals. We have so many sites for minerals and oil and everything. We have more oil than any other country in the world. We need Greenland for national security. And if you take a look at Greenland, you look up and down the coast, you have Russian and Chinese ships all over the place.
Yeah. As it turns out, there is something worse than insulting your allies. Threatening to invade them and annex some of their territory over which you already have control. It's beyond moronic, and by the way, if you see your Facebook friends posting about how Greenland should be part of the US, tell them to stop listening to podcasts and talk radio. Also, maybe get them a paint-by-numbers kit or something. They need hobbies. Moving on. So, with the situation in Iran continuing to deteriorate, like Trump himself,
Nah, Kamala Harris don't share any goddamn blame. Period. She don't share any blame. People had choices, and they thought she was the worst person. Period. So no, she don't share no blame, because those people were wrong. She wasn't the worst person. And when you make the wrong decision, judgments like that, you are to fucking blame yourself. Period.
and Trump in an ever more delicate political position, Denmark just got its revenge on President Chickenhawk. Enter Anne Applebaum, who, in all seriousness, is one of the most brilliant political journalists now working, and whose book Autocracy Incorporated sheds an astonishing light on our current predicament. Seriously, check it out. This morning, Applebaum stopped off at MS Now to reveal how the Danes are humiliating Trump, and how they have no intention of stopping anytime soon. Take a look.
So, look, you need some background to understand the European reaction to the current events in the Middle East. Trump has, since coming to power, insulted and tariffed American allies. In January, his public and private statements convinced the Danes that he was really about to invade Greenland, and they got prepared for an invasion. They talked about, should they shoot down American planes? Should they kill American soldiers?
Exactly.
What would happen if American soldiers killed Danish soldiers? And of course, all of their allies also came to the same conclusions and had the same conversations. And now the president is acting as if people with those very recent memories should jump to his aid, even at a moment when he himself still can't explain why he wants.
You know, and I think this kind of lack of responsibility of this Trump era has led a lot of other people to think they don't need to be responsible for their goddamn choices. I don't know what world you're living in. That's not how shit ever worked for me. I don't know where you coming from. To me, it sounds like you live in a world that's apologetic to you when you fuck up. Oh, I'm sorry you fucked up. Well, I'm sorry for you. It's my fault you fucked up. No, that's not how it worked. And I never relied on anybody in my life to fucking take care of me when I fuck up. Period. It is only you take responsibility for your own fuck ups, because I'm definitely not going to do it. Why? Because I only take responsibility for my own. It's called being accountable. Okay. But this Trump era, you can see there's a whole can open of unaccountability. You see what I mean? And it's got some other people thinking, I don't need to be accountable with my vote. I could just be dumb as fuck. I could just be hard headed. I could just be stubborn. You know what I'll do? I know what I'll do. I won't vote for Kamala Harris to make her mad and the Dems mad. Okay, well, now you got what you wanted, goddammit. You got exactly what you wanted. You wanted to make the Dems mad? Boy, are you the fucking fool. Okay, you should have been thinking this is the only goddamn viable party that gives a fuck about my ass at all. That's what you should have been thinking, because that is exactly what time of fucking day is. Don't you ever forget it.
I told you 3 times, I don't care.
Are you saying you don't mind if your right to vote would be taken away?
I don't care. I know what I want. I know what I want.
Yeah, the Dems is the only viable goddamn party you had to vote for in this presidential election, okay? It was only Kamala Harris. That was the only viable candidate, and motherfuckers made a different choice. And it shows you where their brain is in moments like this. And listen, if you want to play chicken again, go right ahead and play chicken. I'm just happy as an American citizen I live outside the U.S., because you ain't playing chicken with my fucking life. Like, what the fuck? You're not playing chicken with my life. You play chicken with your own motherfucking life. You all were like, I'm just not going to vote for Kamala Harris. I'm just not going to do it. I'm just not going to do it. Okay. That shit is hilarious. And people, that's how it is. But here's the thing. I don't play chicken with my life, man. I vote practically. I look at the numbers. I listen to what the tone is out there. And I hear the candidates out. And I think about their viability, and then I vote. Period. It doesn't matter who it is. And the fact remains, there was simply no other viable candidate. Anybody who didn't vote for Kamala Harris needs to go pick up a drill and go get a lobotomy if you can't figure this one out. You made stupid decisions. And if you make more decisions like that in your life, I feel sorry for you. Okay, that's all I could say. I feel sorry for you. It's like being a sadomasochist. What do you want to do? Torture yourself to death over politics? God damn. Okay, go right ahead. This is interesting. Beat me. I want more. Beat me. I want to teach you a lesson by you beating me up. Okay.
Launch the war, or what is his strategy?
I'm going to punish Kamala Harris.
For ending it. Almost every day he has a different explanation for what he wants to happen. Sometimes he wants allies, sometimes he doesn't want allies, sometimes he wants to end NATO, sometimes the people around him start talking about end. All
right, so people are talking about they want to get rid of Trump. That was David Reddish, by the way. People are talking about at Occupy Democrats. So yeah. But people are talking about they want the 25th. Yeah. The 25th Amendment. Yeah. I'm just sitting back. I'm like this. I see the U.S. right now, you know, because I've had to change my mind because I'm not stupid. You know what I mean? I'm able to adjust my opinion based on what I see in time. You know what I'm saying? In the beginning, my opinion was a little different. My opinion was, you know, yeah, it could change. It could be a little different. But now what I'm seeing is that you see all of it for what it is. Now it's just all out there. There's a significant problem in the United States of America. There's Peter Thiel, there's Elon Musk, there's these right-wing oligarchs, and they really do not want the United States people having rights. That's not going to end anytime soon. The 25th Amendment will only get you another Trump person. That's all it's going to get you. And these people are in big trouble, so they're just never going to give up like that. You see what I mean? So this is not something that's going to get figured out and stopped anytime soon. It's just not going to go away. It's not going to go away. And the United States, all of its citizens, all American citizens are going to have to learn a real lesson. They're going to have to learn a real lesson. And it is very unfortunate because we do not have a Congress and a Senate or any people, enough good people to get this madman out of office. We only have other people that want to continue the same madness after, for no other reason but power, just to have power. And these are not people that are patriots. You know what I mean? They literally don't care about American people or the country. What they care about is me. And Americans are too stupid to figure that part out. So they're still trying to, ponder this situation. They're thinking that it's going to end sometime fast. It's going to be, people are going to just change their mind overnight and become totally different. No, there's a significant amount of American people that don't know anything about fucking government, know nothing. And these people vote. There's a significant amount that don't vote, but these are the ones that did vote. Listen,
you wouldn't be able to get what you want if you can't vote for it.
I don't care. I've told you 3 times. I don't care.
Are you saying you don't mind if your right to vote would be taken away?
I don't care. I know what I want.
But you wouldn't be able to get what you want if you can't vote for it.
I don't care. I've told you 3 times. I don't care.
Are you saying you don't mind if your right to vote would be taken away?
I don't care. I know what I want.
But you wouldn't be able to get what you want if you can't vote for it.
This is the stubbornness. This is where the stubbornness comes in. And, of course, it's easy to hear her stubbornness. And it's easy to be like, oh, that's her. She's so funny. She's stubborn. I'm not like her. No. There's very different variations of this one. There's different variations. It's not, this one is easy to see. But there's other types that are also like this, just stubborn to their own failure, to their own demise. And that is true. That's why a certain amount of Latino people voted for Trump, certain amount of Palestinian people voted for Trump, certain amount of even black Americans. Goddamn, 20% is just way too fucking high. That's lower than any other group of people. It shows you that we have some goddamn sense. It shows you that we have. Listen, I'm gonna tell you. You could have saved your lives by listening to the black Americans and who they voted for. 80%, all you had to do was say, who are the black people voting for? 80% of them are voting for Kamala Harris. They must know something I don't know. Yeah, we did. We knew something you did. Rest of you motherfuckers didn't know. Okay, and we tried to help you. And you didn't fucking listen. And that's the problem with the United States of America. A black person cannot save the fucking country with the power. We have to only be the assistant. That's what it is. America hates a lot of people. And these are different. I'm not talking about white people. A lot of different people. Hispanics hate it. Some Palestinian people hate it. They fucking hate the fucking fact that it had to be a black person. That's really what it is. Because the black people were right. They were right. They were fucking right, yo. You know what I'm saying? They were fucking right. Period. That's all you had to do was be like them. All you had to do was try to walk in their shoes and try to figure out why they think that way. That's all you had to do. Try to walk in their shoes just for not a day, though. A day is not long enough. Try walking in their shoes for a couple years. Then you will know. You know what I'm saying? Then you will know why. They were right. A lot of other fucking people. And I hate to put it that way. I'm talking in American terms, though. And I'm talking about the data. Black Americans, African Americans, 80%, whichever you want to call it, voted for Kamala Harris. Those people voted more for Kamala Harris far more than any other group of people. So those people know something and saw something the rest of you were not fucking concerned about. You were not concerned about it enough. That's what it was. You were willing to take risk with your lives. Yeah. You were. You took risk with your life. Thank God that wasn't mine, because I don't live in the United States of America. Just thank fucking God. Thank fucking God it is not mine, because I can look you all in the eye and say, you didn't get me. What the fuck? You didn't get me. I hope you didn't think you was going to hurt my ass, because no. See, not only am I black, but I'm blacker than black. You know what I'm saying? I got the fuck out of there. I gave up. I knew Trump was going to be a nightmare. I invested in gold in January 2025. That's who I am. I got my new passport for 10 years, just a week before Trump took office. I had it delivered to me. See, I was thinking forward. A lot of people weren't thinking that. I was already like, this motherfucker is going to tear down the United States of fucking America. I was saying that a year ago. I heard all of the arguments for why I don't have to vote for Kamala, man. Kamala threw people in jail for weed. She threw people in jail for weed. How'd she do that? I heard that shit so many goddamn times, studied it so many times, and I'm like, man, you guys are just being bigoted. You're not even trying to be fair to the lady's situation. That's all. Just wasn't even trying to be fucking fair. That's all. Because if you really look into it, you would know that claim is fucking bullshit. It's bullshit. So stop saying bullshit if you want to be treated fair. Actually, a lot of you don't deserve to be treated fairly at all, because you don't treat other fucking people fairly. Don't you understand you got to do that at all times? Before you expect something in return, you got to do it at all times. You can't just play this politic game and then all of a sudden be like, I know what I'll do. I'll play dirty. I'll play the game dirty. Okay, see what happened?
NATO.
All right. We play that game dirty. Let's do that. We don't have to be real about it. We can just keep telling ourselves the lies over and over and over. See how that's going to work out. I'm sure it'll work out for some people. But me, I'm not privileged. But it will work out for me, because I won't have your punishment. You know what I'm saying? Because I live outside the U.S. So I won't have your punishment for you playing games, for you playing chicken with your vote. Mad at a woman who's I know what I want. Let me play that shit one more time. Here we go. Stubborn people.
I don't care. I've told you 3 times. I don't care.
I don't care.
Are you saying you don't mind if your right to vote would be taken
I
away?
don't care. I know what I want.
She don't mind if her vote is taken away. I know what I want. And that's how a whole lot of people were, in a lot of different ways too. You see, a lot of people don't want to associate themselves with that type of thinking, but that's just hard-headedness. And hard-headedness can manifest itself in a lot of ways. It don't sound like that all the time. It sounds like you know what it sounds like, hard-headedness? Kamala Harris sent all these black men to jail for smoking weed. That's another hard-headedness. That's another hard-headedness, okay? And there's some more ones. You know what I mean? All you got to do is keep listening to the same thing being said over and over and over. You could say you heard all these people have this narrative about Kamala Harris, why you shouldn't vote for her, but none of them could tell you your life was going to be the way it is right now. But I told you. I told you last year. So all those people with those conspiracies about Kamala Harris, any type of conspiracy, why didn't you bother to tell people that how their life was going to be if they didn't vote for her? Why didn't you do that part? Why didn't you get that part right? Did you warn people? Go buy some gold, because the economy is going to go to shit. Did you tell anybody that? I did. What the fuck? I did. You know what I'm saying? Like straight up, man. Straight up. Let's go. Let's play another game. It's some more of this funny business. Everybody likes to think they different though. You know what I'm saying? I noticed that, but and it manifests itself in different ways. This is just another way. Yeah.
Of funding DHS. President Trump determined that these circumstances constituted an emergency, compromising
Let me try to get the volume up on that.
American security. That's why last week he accordingly signed a presidential memorandum directing the Secretary of Homeland Security to work with the Director of the Office of Management and Budget here at the White House to use those funds with a reasonable and logical nexus to TSA operations to provide TSA employees to do that, to get TSA paid. Ensure their family.
Her propaganda. Sorry about that. Let's just keep going.
Policy, legal alien criminals from our communities.
Here we go. Here we go. Hard-headedness.
Shift has happened.
Sure. Why don't you kick us off?
Thank you. Happy Easter.
Thank you. You as well.
Two questions for you. Thank you. There are some concerns the administration is starting to change its position on deportations, border enforcement, possibly asylum policies. What would you say to Americans that are somewhat concerned that the shift has happened?
Sure. Well, while there has, of course, been a change in leadership at the Department of Homeland Security with former Senator, now Secretary Mullen, joining the President's cabinet, I can assure the American people there has not been a change in policy. It has always been the policy of this President and this administration to deport the worst of the worst illegal alien criminals from our communities. That's something I know Secretary Mullen remains wholeheartedly committed to doing. And it's something that is overwhelmingly popular with the American people. And it's something that is necessary to protect our homeland and to prevent deaths of Americans in our country. Just last week, Sheridan Gorman, a young woman in Chicago, was shot and killed on the street walking with her friends outside of her university.
Oh, she's going on her rant about how, you know, it doesn't matter if an American chops your fucking head off or blows your fucking brains out or kills some little kids in a school or just goes to a movie theater and just shoots up everybody. No problem with that. We want to talk about the illegal immigrant that did it, that shot one person. You know what I'm saying? It's like
a legal alien from Venezuela who had no right to be here in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. Love Epstein, love Israel, love America. Exactly. USA. I vote for Trump, man.
It's despicable that Democrats are currently defunding the department that's responsible
I know what I want.
for removing illegal aliens like that. And I would also add it's despicable that the lack of coverage of this young woman's case, of her life, and the way that it was tragically cut short. I saw
she's spending so much goddamn time on this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. People die in the United States of America every fucking day. Come on, Caroline. Like, you don't notice that? What the hell is she talking about? She's spending that much time on one person. Trayvon Martin is like, nope, sorry. He shouldn't have been wearing a hoodie. Where were his parents?
And more reasonable regime. How confident are
George Floyd, he shouldn't have had a counterfeit dollar.
You that
That's why he got choked for 8 minutes out in his death in front of every American had to watch that. We should all be suing that fucking the police department for goddamn some type of mental damage. Like that is trauma. That was traumatizing for the world to watch. You know what I mean? And yeah, we need to have some law passed where if I have to watch somebody get brutalized by the police, sorry, I should be able to sue their ass too, because I should never have to see that. Never, you know?
Are legitimate and have enough grip on power. Marco Rubio said earlier that he's not sure.
Marco Rubio, he's an anchor baby. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, is an anchor baby. The President Trump ran and J.D. Vance ran on a platform being against anchor babies, but Marco Rubio is trying to cosplay. He's trying to code switch. He's code switched on our ass in broad daylight. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? He code switched in broad daylight and shit. And now all of a sudden, Mark Rubio is like, he's the what? The good immigrant? This motherfucker's an anchor baby too. His parents were not citizens when he was born in the United States of America. They were waiting. I think they had a green card or some shit. Hold on, let me look this shit up. Let me just be factual with this. Were Marco Rubio's parents citizens when he was born? I hope if I type that, it will tell me the rest automatically. Yeah, I know the answer to that, but I want to get the other details. Okay, so Marco Rubio's parents were not U.S. citizens when he was born. Not like my parents, okay? Not like my parents. My parents, not only were they citizens, but their families go back to the colonial period. So I don't, I'm starting to think Marco Rubio should be kicked out of the country, personally. I'm a real American. I don't like his type. What the fuck? His greedy bastard, code switching bitch ass. I think the bitch asses should be kicked out. The hypocrites should be kicked out. Marco Rubio's parents were not U.S. citizens when he was born. Here are specific details regarding his birth and parents' immigration status. Birth date, Marco Rubio, 1971. You mean this prick is 1 year younger than me? Marco Rubio. Fuck you. Fuck you, Marco Rubio. This guy is 1 year. He's 1 year younger than me. Man, this goes to show you how fucked up America is. This goes to show you, man. This guy's a complete moron. And yet he's the Secretary of State. If he could be the Secretary of State, man, I expect to be the next Secretary of State. I would clean all this shit up. What the fuck? Marco Rubio, it has no spine. He has no ethics. He has no morals. And he's a moron. He's a moron. And he's a code switcher. Like, god damn. This motherfucker's pathetic. I didn't even know I thought he was older than me the way he acts. Like, he's so goddamn lame. Not that all older people older than me are lame, but god damn, this dude is lame as fuck. To be younger than me? What the fuck? God damn, Marco Rubio, you look horrible, man, for your fucking age. What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with you, man? Leave. Just escape, man. Just escape, man. Go somewhere and live life, man. Stop faking. This goes to show you being a fake ass will harm you. It will harm you. Being a fake ass will harm you. But in any case, look, his arrival. His parents, Marco Rubio, Orales Rubio, immigrated from Cuba to the United States in 1956. Damn, so he's a newcomer, basically. Okay? During the Batista regime, several years before Fidel Castro took power. Damn, so he got lucky. He was one of the lucky ones, huh? Yeah, there you go. Naturalization. His parents did not become naturalized U.S. citizens until 1975, 4 years after Marco Rubio was born. Because he was born in Miami, Mark Rubio is a U.S. citizen by birth under the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, which grants citizenship to nearly everyone born on U.S. soil. In other words, Trump would be going after his ass. ICE, he would be on an ICE plane right now. He would be in an ICE jail right now if it wasn't for Trump, essentially. You see what I'm saying? If he was back in those days, he would be locked up. He would be one of the people that Trump would be picking up. You see what I mean? So he's a fucking hypocrite in real serious life. But let's go on. And he's a goddamn coon. He's a Hispanic coon. Marco Rubio, basically. He's a Hispanic coon. That's what he is. He's a sellout to Hispanic immigrants. Essentially, that's what he is. You know what I'm saying? Because the reason why I say that is because the idea is that if it was okay for you, then why are you then why the fuck are you flipping now that you got your citizenship and the people that are doing the same thing you're doing, you're allowing this motherfucker Trump to go terrorize their communities? Like, have you no shame? Like, this shit is crazy, man. This is crazy.
And it's not clear whether they will be in power. So are you also talking to other factions? As the president is trying to make a deal, how do you ensure that you're making a deal with the people who can actually implement it?
Well, that's part of the ongoing process that's taking place. And the ongoing negotiations, of course, anything that they say to us privately will be tested, and we will ensure that...
How do you say coon in Espanol? That's what I want to know.
They're being held accountable to their word, and if they are not, the president has laid out the military consequences that the Iranian regime will see if they don't hold true to the words that we are hearing privately behind the scenes. When the president says more reasonable, again, these folks are appearing more reasonable.
For people that don't know what she is, this is Caroline Leavitt. She is the White House secretary. She is explaining why what Trump is doing is great and it's really not that bad, and why she doesn't understand why anyone would think what he's doing is bad. It doesn't care who you are. If you're European, she don't understand why you would think this is bad. She believes Trump is going to come and Vance are going to come and save Europe, a place. What are they going to do to save Europeans? They're going to make them get rid of universal health care. They're going to make them get rid of universal education. How are they going to save Europe? It's the United States that needs fucking saving. It's the United States people that need fucking saving. Like straight up. American people need saving. They need Europe to come bring some European values to Americans. That's what the United States needs desperately. I'm just saying it desperately. And she's trying to explain it to be the other way around and shit. You know what I'm saying? I just want to let people know that, you know, officially this is her role. So let's listen to her talk about how Trump is just perfect and everyone else is just a fucking nuisance.
Privately in these conversations than perhaps some of the previous leaders who are now no longer on planet Earth because they lied to the United States and they strung us along in negotiations, and that was unacceptable.
Look, you can't just murder people's leaders in negotiations. That's a war crime. Do you know that's a war crime? That what they did is a war crime. The fact that they targeted the leadership while the leadership was in negotiations, she's admitting a fucking war crime right here. She's just doing it again. Every day she reminds people that they committed war crimes. Like, it's on purpose. You know what I'm saying? Like, just when you start to forget, she's like, nope. You know what we did? That's why we killed the leader, because they kept switching up in the negotiations. It's like, well, yeah. Caroline Leavitt. I don't live in the United States of America. Fuck you.
To the president, which is why many of the previous leaders were killed. So again, this is another historic opportunity for Iran to do the right thing, to rid themselves of their...
Obviously, everyone has figured out this was a little earlier. Because Iran is... You know what Trump did? Just to cut to the chase, Trump accepted their terms. Yes, Donald Trump has accepted the Iranians' terms that they gave him months ago, or not a month ago, weeks ago. He's finally accepted the terms. That's what the ceasefire is based on. This guy is a fucking moron. And how many billions of dollars did he waste in those weeks when he could have just took the fucking deal after he bombed them? Like, come on, you know, it's terrible. It's pathetic. And she's hold on. India is in the second most prosperous country in the world. It can do anything. Hey, well, big up to India. Yeah, man. Anybody, you know, just beware. Don't stay away from presidents like Trump. That's all I got to tell you. Don't elect any sellouts to India. You know what I'm saying? At least your president should love Indian people. Our president hates fucking, you know, the people of America, like seriously, and the people that back him up. They hate fucking Americans. You know what I mean? Like, this is it's odd, but and Americans, when it comes to voting, they like the whip on their back. You know what I mean? Sometimes they like, I hate to say this, but they like torture. They like to be tortured. You know what I mean? Into making the right choice. They don't want to make the right choice voluntarily. They like to be whipped. Whoosh. You know what I'm saying? Have everything taken from them first and shit. And then they like, okay, okay, I'll vote for Kamala Harris if you want me to. Okay. After they had their house and shit, their mortgage default, their health care taken, every fucking thing, prices just going off of the roof. Like, I mean, did you really need all that to happen? Like, goddamn. I mean, and in fact, I don't even want, just, if you want to commit suicide, go right ahead. Go ahead, voters. American voters, you just go continue to commit suicide. I don't even give a fuck anymore, because I realize when you give a fuck and you try to explain to people what not to do, they don't fucking listen. If you just look a certain way, if you just happen to have a certain kind of thing that they're bigoted against, they ain't gonna listen to you anyway. You know, it's better to watch them suffer. I'm serious. It's better to watch them suffer. Everybody that I told last year on my channel, it is there. It's still there. The videos are there. Before the election, I spent time telling people, and I'm watching them suffer right now. All the people that was like, I ain't gonna vote for Kamala Harris, man. They all getting their ass kicked right now. All of them getting their ass kicked right now. Like, but I'll tell you what, if you can admit your mistake and admit you did it out of bigotry and you just couldn't be fair to the lady, I will I will say that's okay too. That's a good starting point. But listen, man, your life, a lot of you all, man, could not afford things to turn worse. And in fact, your choices got things to turn worse. That's sad. That's very sad. That's very, very sad, you know. I hope that this election, if you get out there and vote, I hope that there's some congressional members and senators that have had enough of this shit and start impeaching judges. Impeach Supreme Court judges from day one. Get rid of them so by the time you have to deal with Trump, they can't block it in the Supreme Court. Period. Anything. Start voting for people that actually want Americans to have something for their fucking tax dollars. Start voting for people that want America to be like Europe. I just got to say it very easy. Make America like the Scandinavian. Organized, principled, you know what I'm saying? Like wanting everyone to, you know what I'm saying? This kind of thing, believing in safety, security. You see what I mean? Clean streets, trains that run on time, buses that run on time. Don't just throw the mentally ill out on the street. You see what I mean? Like, yeah, just help them stay in a home in a little apartment or something so they don't have to wander around begging for money everywhere. You see what I mean? Get them some help. Man, God, I never really thought I said this before. You know, I had to say this shit, you know, this way because it is that way. And I live in Europe, and I'm just saying, thank God. Thank you. Thank you, Denmark. Thank you, Denmark. Thank you, Danes, for being a gift to the world. You know, I'm serious. I'm not bullshitting. Thank you, Denmark, for having some sense. Thank you, Denmark, for being a good country. Thank you, Denmark, for caring about your people. Thank you, Denmark, for being sensible about life. Sensible. I mean, you know, there's always a little, you know, in democracy, you always have a fight going on somewhat or a debate, right? But generally speaking, thank you, Denmark, because there's nobody in Denmark that can't say if they can pass the entry exam, they can't go to whatever school they want tomorrow. Everybody in Denmark can go to whatever school they want tomorrow if they can pass the entry exam. Very simple. Everybody can go to the doctor. You won't be refused. Everybody can get an operation. If you need it, you won't be refused. Thank you, Denmark, for being one of those countries that has that, because my fucking country is just not good enough. Just not good enough. Just not good enough, man.
Ambitions and to come to.
And this is why people like Caroline Levitt.
To a deal with this president and the administration, or again, they will see the grave consequences of the United States Armed Forces, which they are continuing to see every day throughout this operation.
On DHS, how long can the
All right, Blue Feather, I see you.
TSA without action from Congress? And not to be hyperbolic, but given the airports were really the pain point that was pushing both sides to talk to.
Oh, when you love your country, I mean, shit, I love my country, but I just realized, yo, this is a battle. This is a battle for minds. There's a segment of the United States population that doesn't get it yet. That's a problem. There's a segment that's still trying to justify behavior, thoughts and ideas that just don't work for modern day Western countries. You know what I'm saying? Old ass ideas like back in the fucking Stone Ages. You see what I mean? Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, seriously. Funky Town, what's up? Yeah, 666 dash. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate that. Yeah, you know, search Funky Town. Okay, I'm going to do that. Yeah, you know, like, come on. With the richest country on earth doesn't give a fuck about its people. That's terrible. That is terrible. And it is a shame, because when you live in Europe, you get to see that people actually give a fuck about their people. The U.S., Nah, man, we way off. We are way off, man. We are way fucking off. And there is no excuse. The only people making excuses for it are people that have the lowest expectations on fucking earth. You may as well go to a third world country. Leave the United States of America if you don't think the taxes are supposed to provide people with a decent situation, clean streets, fucking health care, goddamn education, clean water. These things are a minimum. Motherfucking goddamn pension, too. These things are a minimum in every other country, in every other Western. I'm talking about Western country, in every other Western country, you know? And except Americans love paying that tax dollars for nothing. It's like being slaves. It's like being slaves. Americans are slaves. You're sharecroppers. You can barely afford to put 2 pennies together and keep a roof over your head after you work 40 hours. I'm serious. Anything happened to someone in your family, any emergency, that's it. Boom. It's over. It's over. That's sharecropping. That's sharecropping. Who the fuck does that in 2026 in the richest economy on earth? The EU is the second wealthiest economy on earth, and nobody's doing that. No one's doing that in the second most powerful, strongest economy on earth. But people are sharecropping in the strongest economy on earth. That's your life, man. That's your life. That's how you want it. I mean, that's how you want it. And it's your choice. You went out there and you conceived of how to do it with your vote. You went out there and you were like, you know what I'm going to do? I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to make that Kamala Harris pay. Ha 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 ha. I'm not going to vote for her ass. I'm going to get her. Yeah, look at your ass now. Look at where that thought went. How far did that go? I mean, since when does the person that gives a fuck about you get the punishment? Only in the United States of America. There you have it.
NATO's a paper tiger. Putin's not afraid of NATO. Putin's afraid of us, very afraid of us. And he's explained it to me a lot of times. I got to know him very well. I know him very well. NATO's a paper tiger. NATO is us. And when we needed them, but we didn't need them, by the way.
When we needed them, but we didn't need them. It's almost like he forgets his talking points.
Very well. I know him very well. NATO's a paper tiger. NATO is us. And when we needed them, but we didn't need them. But NATO's a paper tiger. NATO is us. And when we needed them, but we didn't need them. NATO's a paper tiger. NATO is us. And when we needed them, but we didn't need them, by the way. NATO is us. And when we needed them, but we didn't need them, by the way. We didn't need them. And when we needed them, but we didn't need them, by the way. We didn't need them, obviously, because they haven't helped at all. Just the opposite. They've actually gone out of their way not to help.
We're back with Congressman Jason Crow.
Nobody. Who does he think he's fooling? Anybody who believes this shit is dumb as fuck. And there's a lot of Americans that do. I'm going to tell you one right here. Here we go. Who is it?
I know what I want.
But you wouldn't be able to get what you want if you can't vote for it.
I don't care. I've told you 3 times. I don't care.
She believes Trump, too.
And I feel like I finally understand. Putin explained NATO to him. That is why he is the most anti-NATO president the country has ever seen. I mean, that to me, and that is the word that Putin uses in all of his domestic propaganda to his own country about what NATO is.
Yeah, he tells people, I explained to Trump what NATO is. He tells people all the time, and Trump is so dumb.
If NATO didn't freak the you-know-what out of Vladimir Putin, he wouldn't be going berserk in Ukraine. I mean, just talk about what a pile of baloney Donald Trump has swallowed from Vladimir Putin when it comes to NATO.
Okay, so right now, everybody in the chat, since the chat is open, let me know what state or country you live in. If you live in the U.S., tell me your state and tell me who your healthcare provider is. Yeah, let me see. I want to see who's real and who's real and who's a troll. It's time for that, right? But I always do that right about 1 hour in, something like that. It's about an hour and a half. So Let me know your state and your healthcare provider. Let's show people that these are real people. We're real Americans that care. We're not just motherfucking trolls out here trolling for Putin and shit. You know, let's see who answers and who got to go on the hidden style mission today. Come up with the fucking excuses and shit. Why I got to tell you that's private information? That's private information. I don't want to know. You shouldn't be asking people private information over the internet. Just so we can segregate everybody's motherfucking ass right now. Now you could go back in the chat and you can see who didn't answer. It's got all these little whack ass comments. You know, thank you very much, everybody, for doing your part. You know what I'm saying? It's just about being real. Come on. This is about real shit. Look, there you go. Mike, who's your healthcare provider? What state you in? See, Mike's a troll. That's why he couldn't do that. You see what I mean? And that's the whole point. That's the whole reason why I ask. That is exactly why I ask. That is exactly why. Because the trolls can't be real. They don't want to be real with anybody. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I asked that. So don't worry, bitch ass Mike. I didn't expect you to be real anyway, you suck ass. Anyway, so let's continue.
So there are two very weird things about that statement.
Big up to everybody that gets the point. Big up to y'all for real. Because I ain't got no time for games. Why should I respect people that actually aren't really here to be real, to have real conversation? You see what I mean? I could at least respect people that disagree, that really, really believe it. But, you know, if you can't even really tell people where you're from and who your healthcare provider is, then you ain't even trying to be in any real conversation for real.
Several weird things, but two in particular. One is that Trump is talking as if the U.S. did not create and lead NATO since the 1940s. That NATO
Do you think he knows that?
He seems to not know
What's
that.
up, Papa?
He talks about NATO as if the U.S. is not a member, as if NATO is Europe. Also, by the way, often forgetting Canada. And NATO is somehow separate from the United States and wasn't an integral part of American defense. You know, if you talk to any American general or admiral, and they will talk about their war plans, they will all talk about how America will work with allies.
Do me a favor. If you're watching the TV at home, pick up your remote, click the like button. And anybody that hasn't clicked the like button, do me a favor, click the like button. It helps more people come into the stream. I appreciate that. Subscribe too if you're not subscribed to my channel. I appreciate that too.
Even right now, the NATO bases in Europe are in constant use in the war in Iran. So this is
Rolf. Thank you, Rolf. Europe, we don't need insurance. It's in the tax system. Exactly. Where you from, Rolf? Where you from? What country are you from? Yeah, seriously. And thank you for assisting my fellow Americans in understanding this. Everybody in Europe needs to take time, use the chat, explain whatever information you know about the healthcare system in Europe, and explain to Americans how you get it. Because Americans have been told so many lies about Europe. You know, how they have taxes and you must pay more, way more. Y'all pay a whole lot more. Everything's expensive over there. Yo, if you're not traveling to both places or being aware of the price on goods and things like this, if you're not doing the real due diligence, you're fooling yourself. There's a reason why things are the way they are. And actually, even, you know, the thing about the taxes is bullshit anyway. It's a lie. Americans paying a similar tax scale anyway. They just get less for it. But here's the thing. No matter what, this is the general data. After Europeans pay their taxes, pay their expenses, monthly expenses, and compared to American citizens, they take home $1,000 more in their own pockets than the average American citizen. So you can talk all this shit about the taxes, you pay more in taxes. Man, you have to do all the goddamn data. Don't just be general. Look deep. Look deep. Stop being lazy about your fucking lives. And I'm going to give you one more example here. And you too, lady.
Are you saying you don't mind if your right to vote would be taken away?
I don't care. I know what I want. I know what I want.
This is the same type of their talk. But you pay more taxes in Denmark, don't you? What the fuck?
It's a fantasy.
But you ain't free. Y'all not free over there. That's socialism in Denmark. I know what I heard. I know what I know. You can't tell me shit.
That NATO isn't, you know, is somehow something else and somewhere else and nothing to do with the United States. That's one thing. The second thing is, in the war in Ukraine, the United States has given almost no weaponry and no financial assistance at all.
Exactly. That's another lie. Trump keeps selling this like we helping them. But man, look, first of all, Trump, you can't even help your own goddamn American citizens. What the fuck are you talking about anymore? Nobody wants your help anymore, Trump. Get the fuck out of here. You're so pathetic. You can't even help your own goddamn American citizens. How are you going to help anybody else? How are you going to help anybody else? You can't. You can't help anybody else. Look, Europe is picking up the slack. Okay, it's already done. It's a done deal. You hesitated. They moved in and took over the situation. Now they don't fucking need you. They don't even trust you anymore. Okay? No one in Europe is waiting around for Trump's dumb motherfucking ass. Nobody.
To Ukraine since Donald Trump was elected for the past year. The war is now 100% supported by Europe and other allies in Asia and elsewhere, Canada. And the Ukrainians themselves now make a huge percentage of their own weaponry. They make their own drones. They now have the world's best drone industry. In fact, they're selling drones and doing drone deals right now all over the Middle East. You've maybe seen pictures of President Zelensky with various Arab leaders in the past several days and weeks. So the Europeans have been conducting and running this war, which the Russians are not winning, despite the absence of the United States. I mean, it may be that Trump imagined that if the U.S. disappears, Ukraine will collapse. It didn't collapse.
Listen, if you thought that if the U.S. disappeared, Ukraine will collapse, you haven't done the math on Europe. That's just basically what it is. You haven't done the math. That's all. It's just wishful thinking. It's childlike thinking. It's pathetic. Listen, when you're in a partnership, the United States was getting the lion's share of everything in NATO. The United States was getting the pick of the litter first in NATO. And now they basically said, we don't want the pick of the litter out of this organization. We don't want to come first in this organization no more. And they did that through a series of lies by making people think that Europe and the other 8 NATO members haven't been doing anything. There's a lot of things they do. It's not only about money. It's about soldiers on the ground. You see what I mean? Look, even in this situation with Afghanistan, more Danish more Danish soldiers lost their lives than American soldiers. And Donald Trump is out there talking about they don't even do enough. Man, what are you talking about? They do anything it's ridiculous. It doesn't make sense. But listen, the truth of the matter is that Putin is scared shitless of the EU now. Why is he scared shitless? Because his plan backfired. See, what he did was he gave European nations, politicians in Europe, you got to understand, making more weapons, spending more tax dollars on weapons is a political dynamic that has to occur. People have to have the motivation to vote for politicians that are saying this. You see? So that was difficult across Europe. But what did Trump do? What did Putin do? He gave them the perfect reason, the ability for them to sell this idea to the local population. And now they're making more weapons than ever. But here's the thing. It was already going to be over anyway. Trump, he didn't have to just flip the script. He could have eased out of it. He could have done a lot of things. But what he did was lie to everyone about it and make it more chaotic. You see what I mean? Make it more confusing. Want to say he's doing things. Remember the deal he made? Remember that deal he went over there to make for raw minerals? Everybody forgot that deal already. Trump made a deal for raw minerals, and Trump stabbed them in the back. Putin stabbed Trump in the back. And Trump just pretended like that didn't happen. You see what I mean? So, yeah, it's embarrassing with Trump, but yeah, all I can say is at this point, Americans, save yourselves, because nobody else is giving a fuck about Trump anymore. American people, you got to save yourselves, though. Everybody else has saved themselves.
Collapse, and that's because the European part of NATO, plus the Ukrainians, plus other allies, turns out to be very powerful. So it's almost as if you're right, he's listening to Putin, he's getting this information from Putin. He's not looking either at American history, which of course he doesn't know, nor is he paying attention to what's actually happening on the ground. I mean, it's as if he has no information from Ukraine and from Europe at all.
I mean, General Hertling, to Ann's point, it's like he has no intelligence agencies. I mean, Mr. Ratcliffe should be able to explain a classified version of what Ann just explained, that Ukraine's drones are so good in part because necessity became the mother of ingenuity, in part because that is who they've been. They've been at war for so long.
Ukraine is offering to sell Saudi Arabia drones. They're offering to sell everybody else drones. And here's the thing. The reason why they're doing it is because Iran is supplying drones to Putin. And if Iran wasn't supplying drones to Putin, actually, Ukraine likely wouldn't even be doing that. You see what I mean? But actually, the fact that Iran went out of its way to give what you see how this circle goes? You see exactly how the circle goes, right? Iran didn't have to do that. They didn't have to actually do this stuff. They didn't actually have to supply weapons to Putin to bomb Ukraine. They were bombing Ukraine, residential neighborhoods, residential towns. You see what I mean? Non-military installations with those drones. Why did Iran do that? What's the point? What is the point? So the point is, think about this, y'all. So the point is, you support Russia invading Ukraine, but you got a problem with somebody invading your country? That's why you're not supposed to do it. That's why you're not supposed to do it. But again, Iran's regime did this. So, I'm not tripping on the regime, but I do believe, I don't care about the regime, but I do believe there are other principles that matter too. You know what I mean? And how you engage another country, you can't just cause massive civilian death. That I'm against. I'm against bombing residential neighborhoods. This is what, did you all hear the news? Look, I know I should be playing it. That's stupid, right? Because I'm about to play it though. But listen, Trump's generals refused orders already. There's reports now out that his generals refused orders because Hegseth gave them direct orders to bomb civilian populations in Iran. That is just wrong, yo. That is just wrong. That's just flat out wrong. But in any case, here, let's continue. Then I'm going to play a little bit of J.D. Vance.
Or admiral. And they will, as if the U.S. is not a member, as if NATO is Europe. Also, by the way, often forgetting Canada. And NATO is somehow separate from the United States and wasn't an integral part of American defense. If you talk to any American general or admiral, and they will talk about their war plans, they will all talk about how America will work with allies.
And I've been I was against Putin. It's about principle. First of all, Russians have it really hard because of this regime in Russia. Russians ain't doing well. And secondly, they're oppressed, basically. And secondly, I could never be for the invasion of another country. I was against the U.S. invading Greenland. I was against Russia invading Ukraine. I was against Israel invading Palestine. I'm against all of that shit. I was against the U.S. talking about invading Iran. I'm against all of that shit. But the problem is people want to play politics with stuff you shouldn't play politics with. Everyone is supposed to be against all those things. All those things. It should be very clear. You cannot be for the invasion of other people's countries because then you're opening yourself up for the same thing. And then who's going to defend you when it happens to you? Who's going to defend you then? You see what I mean? And these things play out in short amount of time. It doesn't take long for you to see the difference. Look, Iran gave Putin drones to bomb Ukraine. Ukraine got bombed. Civilians got bombed. Right? Iran, even before that, Iran used internet and they did this thing to try to give Trump an advantage over the internet so he could win the election. It's not just him. China, Russia also did the same thing. But what did Iran get out of it? What did they get out of it? It's stupid. It's stupid. I'm just telling you, it's a lot of different sides to this, but everybody knows Trump's side is really fucked up. But listen, Iran, you haven't been behaving well. You know what I mean? Why would you give drones? Why do you care? Why don't you want Ukraine to be a sovereign country? Why would you support Russia to invade a sovereign country? That only takes away the claim the other way around. You see what I mean? And that's not good. It's supposed to be ethics and morals that matter too. Why would anyone be for anybody taking someone else's land? Put a 1 in the chat if you're for the U.S. Invading Greenland, and put a 2 in the chat if you're against it. And I expect everybody to participate. I put a 2 in the chat because I'm against it. It's about principle. I'm against it. See, there you go. And now that's why I asked the question. So you see, there's some people that are just for invading anybody. So what country do you come from, KZ3 Cowboy? I bet you don't have nothing. You don't have to keep voting, man. Come on, that's stupid. But let me once is enough. You don't have to vote 10 times. Why don't you respect other people's too? Now let me see here. Let me go over to his page real quick. I just want to see if there's any information on his page, since he's for invading people's countries, just to see. Now this says, look at this shit. This is a real person, it appears. Look, she says she's down to earth, but I believe in the Bill of Rights. Look at this. But she believes in invading other people's countries. Okay, I get you. Yo. You know what I'm saying? So let me ask you, is it okay if Canada invades the United States? Yeah, KZ3 Cowboy is a late. Hold on, let me go back here. Maybe I clicked the wrong one. I'm sorry. Let me make sure. Maybe I clicked the wrong one. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, that was the right one. Let me show y'all. Let me show you what's there, just so people can see. This is so funny. This is so funny. Here it is. Can y'all see that? Let me take my picture off too. People should be able to see what this kind of information, just so you could get an idea of who's saying this kind of stuff. You see now, so here it is, right? Now let's go down more. This is it. So this is a real person. Look, I voted for Obama once and President Trump, but she's for invading people's countries. She's for invading people's countries. I'm not for invading people's countries. I just think it's fundamentally wrong. Like, how can you invade someone's country and then say it's wrong for someone to invade your country? Okay, so now I'm going to ask KZ3. Do you think it's okay for someone to invade your country? That's all I want to know. And if you don't think it's okay, then you're a hypocrite. It's just that simple. And you got some fucking nerve talking about it's okay to invade Greenland. You wish you were a Greenlander, because your ass is fucking probably desperate. Like, straight up. What the fuck? Who's your healthcare provider? What state do you live in, and who's your healthcare provider? That's what I want to know. Everybody ask KZ3 what state does she live in and who her healthcare provider is. We want to know how good she's doing while she's invading people. I mean, should somebody invade and give her some fucking healthcare?
Even right now, the NATO bases in Europe are in constant use in the war in Iran. So this is it's a fantasy that NATO isn't, is somehow something else and somewhere else and nothing to do with the United States. That's one thing. The second thing is, in the war in Ukraine, the United States has given almost no weaponry and no financial assistance at all to Ukraine since Donald Trump was elected for the past year. The war is now 100% supported by Europe and other allies in Asia and elsewhere.
Iran was not building a nuke, jackass. Who said that? Somebody said Kahuna. Anyway, let me go to Kahuna's page. Let me see who Kahuna is. Iran was not building a nuke. Come on. And it definitely wasn't doing it when they had an agreement, because the agreement that they had checkers in there every single day. They had international observers in there every goddamn day. That, it's ridiculous that you would even think that,
Canada.
You just believe anything somebody tell you? They was building the nuke. Where's your fucking evidence? Yellow cake?
And the Ukrainians themselves now make a huge percentage of their own weaponry. They make their own drones. They now have the world's best drone industry. In fact, they're selling drones.
She's a Hispanic who voted for Trump. Yeah. Okay. There you go. Have your fun. I hope you're enjoying Trump.
And doing drone deals right now.
Are you one of the good Hispanics or one of the bad ones?
All over the Middle East. You've maybe seen pictures of President Zelensky with various Arab leaders in the past.
Are you an anchor baby?
Several days and weeks. So this is a.
Do you know anybody that's an anchor baby? I gotta ask all the Trump questions to her now. Is it?
This is the Europeans have been conducting and running this war, which the Russians are not winning, despite the absence of the United States. I mean, it may be that Trump imagined that if the U.S. disappears, Ukraine will collapse.
Right, and it's not the case. Okay, so let me go on. So now JD punk ass Vance went to Hungary to be nosy. He doesn't care about K2 people down in Texas. Nah, he cares about people in fucking Hungary, And that is embarrassing because folks, his supporters don't even want him doing anything in the United States of America. Like, this man has literally advocated for doing nothing for American people, and he's in Hungary now. So where people can give a fuck about him. Nobody gives a fuck about JD Vance and goddamn United States. And actually, nobody really gets. I'm surprised they even get. But this is the right wing party that's desperate. They're likely going to lose this election. It happened yesterday. Let me go see. Was it yesterday or is it today? Let me go check out the results of that too.
A special guest that asks that I give him a phone call, and we'll see. Let's hope he actually answers. So this is going to be very embarrassing. All right.
I'm sorry, the person you were trying to reach has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet.
Okay. Try one more time.
Okay, so the election is the 12th. So it's in 4 more days, y'all. It's in 4 more days. So
I get a good signal here. It's ringing. It's progress.
Okay, so the polls apparently show that the TISA party leading Fidesz by a narrow margin, some as high as 48% to 42%. However, a lead in the popular vote does not automatically mean a victory in Hungary due to the way the electoral system works. Okay, obstacles for the opposition. Even if Peter Mayer wins more votes, Orban's party maintains several structural advantages. Gerrymandering, 106 individual districts were redrawn under Orban's party to favor the candidates. So they're following the same thing as Republicans in the United States of America, right? The winner bonus. Hungary's unique system gives an extra compensatory votes to the winning party, making it easier for a majority to turn into a supermajority. Media dominance. The government controls or influences the vast majority of state and private media outlets, which have been spent. This is so interesting because in the United States, people, they say all the time the media is bought. The right wingers say that. They say that about all the media, left-leaning media. It's bought. They're lying. It's the system against us, right? But yet, when it looks that way in another country, they're okay with that. It's just something to think about. Voter abroad. Okay, voters abroad. Ethnic Hungarians living in neighborhood countries like Romania and Serbia can vote by mail. Historically, about 90% of these votes go to the party in power now. That's Orban's party. What's at stake? EU relations. A mayor victory would likely unfreeze billions in EU funds currently blocked due to the rule of law concerns. Ukraine and Russia. Orban has been a primary spoiler in the EU regarding aid to Ukraine. So you could see Vance is actively working against Ukraine with Vladimir Putin. Now, on a normal day in the United States of America, that would not be seen highly upon. But the right wing in the United States is perfectly fine with it suddenly. So put a 1 in the chat if you're okay with what you see out of J.D. Vance, Putin, and Orban. Just let me know. Put a 1 in the chat if you're okay with that. Put a 2 in the chat if you're, having different views about it. I think it's like election interference. Basically, what the hell does he need to go all the way over there? J.D. Vance has never given a fuck about Hungary at all. You know what I mean? And now all of a sudden he's over there. Like, what is this about? This is obviously about Putin. Putin has got Trump to send J.D. Vance over there to help Putin and Russia in Hungary, right? That's basically what it is. And, Putin always has this narrative that countries, that NATO is infringing on his space. But the truth of the matter is that Eastern Europe has been broken off and leaving Russia on their own. These groups of people don't want to be ruled by a madman. And Putin is a dictator, straight up. They don't want to just be ruled that way, right? They enjoy their freedoms that Russians don't have. Russians don't really have weapons. Weapons are not really that legal inside of Russia, not like in the United States. So a lot of Americans don't know that. Americans, actually, the civilian population of the U.S. have more guns than the civilian population of China and Russia put together. You see what I mean? So a lot of Americans don't realize that. They just think Russians are doing okay. No, Russians are not doing okay. And as an American, you enjoy rights even right now that Russians don't have. So it's amazing how many Americans actually support people having less rights than them instead of more rights. That's crazy, but this is what the right wing in the U.S. has turned to, Oh, he's trying to talk to Trump. J.D. Vance couldn't even do this.
I love Hungary, and I love that Victor. I'll tell you.
Here we
Even
go.
more than they love Victor.
Here we go. Trump. Here's Trump, y'all. All you Trump supporters, here's your little pedophile friend hanging out. 34-time felon, treasonous, blackmail. He's probably blackmailed now. I wouldn't be surprised if later, once Trump is gone, that they're going to find pictures of him with little boys. I believe that straight up. I believe it to my heart, straight up.
Mr. President, you are on with about 5,000 Hungarian patriots, and I think they love you even more than...
You see, so the patriot thing, and this is the irony. There were a lot of people, goes back to Iran again. It just shows, there's something else going on. Iran seems to be and China also, they're partnering up with fascists, Nazis. Particular type of fascists, the Nazi type. But those Nazi type hate Chinese. They hate Muslims. So what are they doing? What are they doing? What's this about? Why would Iran be supporting this shit? And it just shows you this. It's all out of convenience. None of it is about respect. None of it is about anything else. It's all proxy. It has zero to do with democratic values. It has zero to do with making the world better, with making Iran better. I'm not trying to diss on them really too hard because I know what Trump is doing is wrong. Trump is playing the wrong cards. You see what I mean? But I don't support the regime. You see what I mean? And Trump is doing actually more because he's legitimizing their behavior through behaving similar. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's all Trump is doing. And he's weakened the U.S. in those actions because at least there was a little bit of moral, people gave the U.S. a little bit of moral credence. Trump has spoiled it. Whatever was there, whatever tiny bit was there left, Trump has fucked it up. And that's exactly what Putin wanted. That's exactly what she wanted. Trump played right into their hands.
Then they love Viktor Orban.
Well, I can't believe that. I can't believe that because I love Hungary and I love that Victor. I'll tell you, he's a fantastic man.
he says he loves Hungary. That means he wants to make Hungary broke. He wants to own Hungary. And Hungarian people are just too stupid to realize that. Look, all the Hungarian people have to do is look at Maga in the U.S. Just pay attention to Maga. Just look at the people that voted for him, bitching about it. You know, so many people have turned on. Right now, there's Rush Limbaugh, who's gone against Trump. That was one of his biggest supporters. Candace Owens, biggest supporter. Who else went against him? Tucker Carlson went against Trump. Are these Hungarians even paying attention? Are they even paying? No, they're not. No, they're not. I bet you they got a lot of these people going on. I bet you. Watch.
You wouldn't be able to get what you want if you can't vote for it.
I don't care. I've told you 3 times. I don't care.
Are you?
The only difference is they just saying it, I don't care, in Hungarian, in the Hungary language. I don't care. I don't care. I know what I want. These Hungary, they got ladies like that in Hungary and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's Alex Jones. Yeah, I'm sorry. Alex Jones. Yeah, Rush Limbaugh. I always get them confused. Alex Jones, though. Yeah, it's crazy, though. It's crazy. But let's hear some of his cap. Let's hear some more of his cap. Fuck this. Trump is boring. I want to hear J.D. Vance and his weak ass speak. Look, what type of man has to get Trump on the phone to speak? That's bullshit.
It's obviously a tough act to follow, but I'm going to do my best.
Tough act to follow. He's going to do his best because he's lame.
Because we have got to get Viktor Orban reelected as Prime Minister of Hungary, don't we? Now, this is actually my second trip to Budapest, but the first as a public official. Then I was younger and less gray, and my wife, our beautiful second lady, was pregnant with our second child. Now...
Yo, how can that lady be married to this guy? Like, is it, I mean, what's up with that? That, again, this is the pick-me's. It's like this lady is married to a guy whose party hates her. Do you know how much shit these MAGA people have given J.D. Vance for being married to a non-white Anglo-Saxon American woman? They literally give him shit. Nick Fuentes, many of them, for marrying an Indian woman. Why? Because she's a foreigner. She's a foreigner. She's not a Christian either. You know, they hated this. And this guy is over there, you know, Hungary is sitting up there listening. Look, I mean, this guy, J.D. Vance, is totally fake. What's dangerous about him and his wife is that they give the appearance that they're liberals. They give that appearance, but actually they don't give a shit about any people, in my opinion, whatsoever. Like, it's just to get the money. It's just for the job. And if you people are stupid enough to go for it, they are going to keep doing it. They're going to keep showing up to rallies. They're going to keep saying the same talking points. They're going to keep just repeating themselves over and over and over because they know a certain segment of the population is just that dumb. All you have to do is say it over and over and they will believe it. See, my brain doesn't work that way. My brain, you know, is very is calculative and thinks about every little maneuvering position in an argument that someone's trying to make for me. And I'm patient enough and I never let it get, you know what I'm saying, too far in. I just observe it from a distance and I keep it there and I ask as many questions as I can at a distance to kind of get an idea of what the values of it are and what it's designed to do and all of that shit. And then I just lock that shit out. I dissect it. You see what I mean? And then I break it down so it can never affect me. You see, I develop immunities to it. You see what I'm saying? But if you're not used to critically thinking and making choices yourself, you just ain't going to get that way. And this is a perfect example of it. These are just anybody that's out there clapping for J.D. Vance and Trump. It doesn't matter what country you're in. You're a fucking moron. You're soft in the brain. Like, what's wrong?
Now we're back in Budapest. I'm the vice president, and she's pregnant with our fourth. during our official meeting with the Prime Minister, I asked him today whether we could benefit from some of those generous family subsidies. But he said, unfortunately, Mr. Vice President, they're only for Hungarians.
Saying you don't mind if your right vote would be taken away?
I don't care. I know what I want. I know what I want.
But you wouldn't.
Now, we have had a whirlwind of a trip already, but I find myself thinking the same things on this visit that I did during our brief vacation here as a private citizen a few years ago. Budapest is a beautiful place. It was built by people, your ancestors, who used its beautiful architecture and landscape to lift up the human spirit. And it's an honor to visit as relations between America and Hungary have reached new heights. An exciting era of new ties on everything ranging from energy security to business and trade cooperation to closer cultural bonds. So I want to say, my friends, thank you. Thank you for hosting me, and thank you for being a great friend of the United States of America.
But how have they been great friends to the United States of America? It's just a question. Let me see here. Let me see here. J.D. Vance said in his speech that Hungary has been great friends to the USA. Have they been better friends than other EU allies? I'm just going to break this down. I want to know because I don't know anything about Hungary, what they've been doing, but I have a certain idea that it's not the most up and, the economy's not that strong, this kind of thing. Yeah, it's not the same as it's not as strong energy wise and things like that, which is why they're begging Putin because they depend on oil. It's really that simple. It's a one trick pony. They a lot of countries in Europe are not one trick ponies like that when it comes to energy. But this part of Europe, and you could say Hungary itself specifically, might be. Hungary has been a better friend than other EU allies is a matter of intense debate, as the definition of friendship in this context depends entirely on who you ask in Washington. President J.D. Vance's recent comments in Budapest April 7th highlight a dramatic shift in U.S. foreign policy that prioritizes ideological alignment over traditional institutional alliances. So in other words, it's in word. It's just like, I'm a Christian, you're a Christian. Whoop-de-doo. What the fuck? I don't know. They not notice there's a lot of Christians in Europe and shit, but he wants right wing. He wants Nazified. I don't want to say that they're all that way, but that's what they're pushing for. And this is what Putin is pushing for too. And this is what Orban is pushing for. The argument for Hungary is a better friend. From the perspective of a current Trump-Vance administration, Hungary is seen as a uniquely loyal ally for several reasons. Ideological alignment, direct diplomatic support. Unlike many Western European leaders who have been critical of President Trump's America First approach, Orban was an early and vocal supporter. Right, so this is still ideological. Constructive partner for peace. Vance specifically praised Hungary's refusal to send weapons to Ukraine, calling Orban a partner for peace. He suggested that Hungary's channel to Moscow is an asset. Look, I'm sorry, but Russia is attacking Ukraine. Russia has invaded Ukraine. What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do about that? I mean, so in any case, he's just being a hypocrite. We can all see that. Look, fuck J.D. Vance. Let's move on because J.D. Vance is a whole bitch and I can't really give him that much respect at all in word. I'm not even going to pretend like this is normal, and I'm not going to pretend like my cursing matters because it doesn't. Because look, people voted for Trump and he's a piece of shit. Okay, I'm not a piece of shit, but if I have to deal with a piece of shit every day, I'm probably going to start cursing because that's where it goes with me. It's sad, but him and his supporters ain't shit. I don't know what else I can say about that.
How do you stop a war that people already oppose?
Him and his supporters are like this.
I know what I want.
I know what I want.
Well, as with so many things in democracy and politics, there is a spectrum and there is volume. And Trump already has an unpopular war on his hands with a gas price problem, which is part of why he is almost desperately seeking a quick off-ramp, perhaps thinking that his threats will work. We've discussed how they are unlawful either way. But now we're seeing more cracks on the right.
Exactly. And that's what we're getting. Let's ask the right people. Somebody asked me, rabbit holes, do you know anything about? Oh, you asking rabbit holes? Yeah, rabbit holes. Where's rabbit holes at? Rabbit holes? Where you at, rabbit holes? Where's the rabbit hole at? But let's hear what these right wingers have to say about Trump.
Tucker Carlson, who literally campaigned for Donald Trump last cycle.
Yeah, Jerry, it's true. Hungary's a poor country. Exactly, man. I don't like talking down about countries, but I mean, think about this. A lot of poor people voted for Trump too. That a lot of poor, uneducated people voted for Trump. That is amazing. That is amazing. So it shows you that poverty and lack of education are breeding grounds for bigotry and extremism, essentially. It's no different from extremists from other parts of the world. You know, they might have different religions or different ethnicities, but that's what it says to me, you know.
At the convention giving the speech, now condemning this, and something we've also seen criticism of, which is that Donald Trump always has his own style, yada, yada, but the profane, vulgar, and increasingly erratic behavior, some of which landed on Easter Sunday.
Killing non-combatants, people who did nothing wrong, who didn't choose
Yeah,
this
Zilla,
war,
what's up?
who were just people
Appreciate it.
created by God. That is immoral. That will never be moral. That can never be justified. That is always wrong. How dare you speak that way on Easter morning to the country? Who do you think you are?
This is Tucker Carlson. So he's this is a guy that said all this garbage, got Trump elected. A lot of podcasters. Sterling said so. Sterling was in the chat. Sterling said that. Who else said that? Fryer said that. It was one other person that was talking a lot about that. I think it was Sterling, though, mainly. Mentioned that the podcasters, like, no. Who else was it? It was somebody else that hopped up that was talking about the podcasters basically delivered the election to Trump. And Tucker Carlson is one of those. But now he's totally tired of Trump.
How dare you speak that way on Easter morning to the country? Who do you think you are? You are not God, and only if you think you are do you talk this way. To send out a tweet with the F word on Easter morning promising the murder of civilians and then saying praise be to Allah without explaining any of it, that is evil.
Now you can look.
So is Tucker Carlson right? Put a 1 in the chat if you think Tucker Carlson is right. Not that you have to support anything else he thinks, but if you think he's right, put a 1 in the chat. If you think he's wrong, put a 2 in the chat. I'm just curious.
Look at this a number of ways. How dare you? Who do you think you are? Tucker asks, as if he has not seen Donald Trump's entire political career, or one could argue public life, when it comes to vulgarity or poor timing or a thirst for a type of dominance and violence.
Oh, you think so,
no
Friars?
bearing
Friars says Tucker is a broken clock. Well, yeah.
in ethics or justice. If those are your issues with Trump, they are not new. And yet on the other side, I promised you the other side.
I mean, Trump is better than Fox News right now. God damn, Fox News is just, they are just horrible. I mean, why do they exist? You're not supposed to exist to spread lies, man, and hate. You know, it's a waste of people's energy and money. But I know why. We know why they do it. Because as long as they're preaching the lies and the hate, nobody's going to be thinking about their tax dollars. Period.
Politics is addition. And if the anti-war movement, combined with what we saw, a very powerful No Kings movement, is going to build and add, it may welcome people, at least on a momentary or effective basis, like Tucker Carlson, because they at least agree on the fact that Donald Trump lied about this war and brought us into it, and we need to get out of it. That's what they might say together. Speaking of strange bedfellows, I've mentioned in our coverage that Alex Jones is a conspiracy theorist who cannot be relied upon.
Roop and this clown, exactly since Sixth Sense, this clown Trump is suing Rupert Murdoch, but Rupert Murdoch owns Fox News. Like, listen, it's actually that's a very interesting point for people to digest. Trump is suing Rupert Murdoch because Rupert Murdoch also owns the Wall Street Journal newspaper. And the Wall Street Journal released the image of that Trump drawing, that Trump made. Fuck it. Let's all say it. He made it, right? That has his signature on it. He signed it. It appears that it's his signature of the little girl body drawn in the Epstein birthday book. And so Rupert Murdoch released that birthday book, right? And so Trump is suing him. He's suing the Wall Street Journal. And so Rupert Murdoch is the head of the Wall Street Journal too, not just Fox News, right? But so in this dynamic, it's like even the people that supported Trump, he's suing. And that's so important for the voters to understand. Like, even the Hungarians, goddamn, there's nothing real about this dude. Even if you support Trump, you deserve your ass kicked as a nation, as a people, as an individual, anything. You deserve to go broke. You deserve to have everything taken from you, because that's exactly what he's going to do. Look at what he did to Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi is probably crying her ass off right now. I mean, she's going to get paid, but she doesn't have the protection anymore. Pam Bondi is totally dependent on Trump right now, more than ever. And she's locked out of the Justice Department. So that means she can't even use the Justice Department to twist people's arms in her favor. You see what I mean? She's totally fucked. So she's more exposed than ever. And Trump did that to her. You see what I'm saying? So everyone that helps Trump gets the what do you call it? Gets thrown out, gets fired, gets dumped on. You see what I mean? And so how can anyone else want to be a friend of his? It doesn't. Look, you have to be extremely ignorant. I'm sorry, but you have to be extremely ignorant to want abusers as friends.
On for anything factual. But in politics, where everybody's sounding off, he is now a longtime MAGA right-wing figure who sounds like a resistance warrior, bringing up, and you might remember this from the first term, talk of removing Trump early through the 25th Amendment.
How do we 25th Amendment his ass?
Tackle Trump and let him pretend he's president and publicly report that he's going through a health issue and Vance take over. It literally needs to be something like that. It's that bad.
Okay, so this is Alex Jones here. Alex Jones is another podcaster. He had a whole lot of wild ass, Illuminati taking over America. Actually, when you think about the Epstein files and Trump, it actually makes some sense what he's saying. The only problem is that he was swearing that it was Kamala Harris doing it when she's not in the Epstein files. It's like he got it, he had a okay idea pointed in the wrong direction. You see what I mean? And now he's turned on Trump. So he's tired of Trump's ass. And again, he carried water for Trump for years. And now he's like, fuck Trump.
And let him pretend he's president and publicly report that he's going through a health issue and Vance take over. It literally needs to be something like that.
I don't want Vance. I don't want Vance taking over. I'm like, fuck it. I mean, listen, if you got to do whatever you got to do to save yourselves as Americans living in the United States of America. But for me, I'm going for the long game. I want them all out. I want all of them out. I want Supreme Court justices fucking impeached. I want all this corrupt shit gone. The Epstein files have to totally be released, and corrupt Supreme Court justices who even took any type of money that they didn't report, get rid of their ass. And make sure that the court is level and even, so we can get some real verdicts out of it, not just verdicts that deny reparative justice to Americans. It's like, what the fuck is going on? You know what I mean? Like, I will never be happy until loads of shit is impeached. You see what I mean? And on top of that, these people have to go to fucking jail. They cannot walk away with the reward of American taxpayer dollars. Like, you got to understand something. No one else is letting this kind of shit happen in their Western democracy. Nobody. Maybe Britain. And Britain's not even part of the EU. So that's one of the reasons why they ain't part of the EU. They didn't want to follow fucking rules. Those motherfuckers wanted to be on some Brexit shit. Well, they Brexit their ass. All right, now they worried about it and shit, But they still doing a little better than the U.S. Americans are used to getting shit on. Do you know everybody in the UK got? Let me look this up. It's always good to have this in perspective. Does Hungary and the UK have universal health care? I'm just curious about this. And Americans, it's something to think about when you hear Trump talk about these places. Look, both Hungary, so JD bitch ass Vance went over there to a country that has universal health care in his own country. So even the right wing government in Hungary wants the people having universal health care. Even they do. This is ridiculous. UK, universal health care. Why is J.D. Vance going anywhere? Everywhere he shows up, the people care for, even the right wing is caring for the population even more, at least with this. I'm not saying Hungary's a model, but I'm just saying it's true. It's true. Like, why do Americans accept this? Why? Anyway, back to Rush Limbaugh. Alex Jones. I'm sorry. Damn. I'm sorry. That may even sound prejudiced because I was about to say they look alike and shit. But Alex Jones and his conspiracy theory Illuminati ass has given up on Trump.
I've known you a long time. You've never called for a internal coup before.
Ever. But that's how dangerous this is. That's how risky it is for the whole world.
If you are a conservative, a MAGA fan, or a right-winger who gets a lot of information online, you are definitely hearing about some of this. If you believe in the Overton window, the larger sort of way that ideas are filtered and presented, this is becoming mainstream on the right. The idea that the war is bad, that Donald Trump lied, and that maybe he is past his sell-by date. MAGA voters also upset.
Norma, what's up, Norma?
There's news that a popular MAGA store...
Gregory, I see you, man. Gregory says, I wish I was able to live abroad. Hey, I hear you. You should try it, man. No bullshit. Try it. And until American citizens get right about their politics, you would be wise to check out some different countries. That's for damn sure. And listen, it doesn't only have to be Europe. You know what I'm saying? Look, Sterling's down there in Colombia and shit. He's an American citizen that lives in Colombia. You see what I'm saying? Look, don't sleep. Colombia is a wonderful country. Most Americans would love Colombia. And number one, the reason why is because it's America. It looks like America. It doesn't look any different. You see what I mean? Even though it's number 2 biodiversity in the world. So it has more different plant species and animal life in it than most places on Earth. It's like number 2. But listen, also, just think about this. This is to give you an idea of how things are. In Colombia, what you make in a day or two is what a Colombian might make in a month. So that means if you go down there with a little bit of money, just a savings or something, you're going to live quite well. You're going to live quite well and easily. You see what I mean? So you should just think about that, because the beauty that you will see, and I'm talking about the beautiful people you will see, the beautiful nature you will see. And when I say beautiful people, I mean just how they treat each other for a change. Colombians aren't looking for reasons to fucking hate each other. Americans fucking are. Americans waste fucking psychic energy all the fucking time. Look, I'm gonna give you a perfect example of what wasting psychic energy sounds like. Here it is.
Taken away.
I don't care. I know what I want.
Just hard-headed as fuck. You can't teach them nothing. I know what I want. You know what I'm saying? She needs to take her ass to Colombia and start living a little bit, because I'm quite sure she's counting her pennies. She is counting her pennies. She's counting them. Like, let's be real. She is counting her pennies when she says this. This lady is looking for goddamn, what do they call it? Coupons and shit. I'm sure of it. But yet she's stuck on Trump, the one who wants to kick her out of her fucking house. She's gonna vote for this man, and even if she's gonna give up her vote if he asks for it. Listen. Oh shit. Sorry. Here we go.
Are you saying you don't mind if your right to vote would be taken away?
I don't care. I know what I want.
But you wouldn't be able to get what you want if you can't vote for it.
Whatever you do, don't be like her. Take your ass down to Colombia for a few months, 6 months or something like that. If you just want to avoid the U.S. for a while, take about $5,000 down there and just avoid the U.S. Trust me, that will be the best thing you ever did. I don't know. You might want to look into the exact amount you want to take, or speak to someone who's down there. But I don't see why. If the average Colombian makes in a month what you may, if they have a job, which you might make in 2 days, right? Then I don't see why that wouldn't, you wouldn't be able to do quite well, because I'm quite sure you make what the average American is making. What, you know what I'm saying? You're not really able to save, though. That's the problem. But take your unemployment. I don't know how much do you get in unemployment in the U.S. For example, let me know how much is unemployment in your state, the state that you're in right now. I'm just curious about that. In Denmark, it's like 80% of your salary, right, is unemployment. And so I think it's something like that. Maybe for some, it depends on what union you have. Maybe for some, it might be a little higher. But I think the average one is 80% of your salary. So, and you get about, what is the math on that? Something like, because look, things aren't as expensive as you might think. Housing is not as expensive in Denmark as it is in the U.S. Housing is way more expensive in the U.S. So in Denmark, you may not make as much money as an American, but you keep more of your money. That's facts. Americans make more money, but they keep less of their money. Illinois is three and a quarter of your salary. Okay, 75. Yeah, to me it sounds like one of them little unemployment trips. You know what I'm saying? Skate out of the country for a month or two. Take a little what do you call it? VPN with you on your computer. Check in via computer. It should, don't do what I tell you to do though. It's just a guess. I don't know if it's legal or not, but you got to handle your legal obligations. But to me, it sounds like, if you're unemployed for a couple of, fuck that. Just be the fuck out for a while. Yeah, just be out, disappear. Cause, listen, like my pops told me, a poor man can go anywhere in this world. That's what my pops told me. And I didn't even understand what he was saying when he told me. I was like, huh? Why is he telling me this shit? But later in my life, I realized what he meant. Right. But in any case, let's get back to the right wingers. The right wingers, they know what they want. Nah, we ain't going to Colombia. Why are we going to Colombia? This is our country.
Temporarily closed after the owner says they couldn't sell. It started with the war.
Do me a favor, click the like button, please, if you haven't clicked the like button. Yeah, my pops was definitely a solid. Norma, my pops was, I'm going to tell you. Matter of fact, I'm going to show you. I'm going to play you a poem by my pops. My pops was loved. God rest his soul, was loved. Like, my pops was a very sweet man and an excellent father, and he wasn't for mediocre minds. You see what I mean? Although he was a good person, he doesn't judge people, but my pop's very critical thinker, but level-headed, and he's a fine artist. But matter of fact, let me just play something from my pops right here. I don't really do this. But I miss my pops, because he was my he was my buddy. He was my buddy, man. The one dude I could count on. Right? Let me see here. One person I could count on in my life. So let me play you a poem by my pops here. I don't know if y'all could see that.
Now, this poem was written by a friend of mine's about a friend of mine's back in the days where beatniks roamed the earth and hippies were not yet extinct. You know. It's called The Mask. Tersely were their incantations, motion renovating bone stone with uncertainty, refracting diurnally, sheeted waste to true existence. Hence, comprehending all I knew, reason roamed with parliament, and sculptured in laser beam a mask, a vague lament, a mask with sectors, warping, molds, and vents, a mask sucking passion from the earth, where composite men lay dreaming. Blue-hued men with beams of steel, can they see? Will they feel? Hatred network on woman's breast, climbing one-drop waterfalls. Paganistic masks, labeled with artistic scorn, I, man. Tincture predilection cradled me in afterlife. Then later, toy guns. And still later, battlefields on which were labeled with radioactive waste, I, man, mask, glacier passing over me, I will counter reticently with variating fact, measure to uncertainty if she ever sets me free, mask, fracture me to after image, and I will counter light with sorcery, then hang my image in effigy on oily canvas, depicted as two long-winged birds whose thin white wings scrape off the sky. I, man. Could it be, did I not see somewhere among the mask a tear? A single tear that wanders collectively, reflecting things within, without. Rapacious day, beneficent night, aurora, screaming, burning flight, laminated flow. Dare I love the mask, where beauty is a burden to pain, and nature's massive, jagged rock is softly round and smoothed by winds and thrown into the burning sun. Love burns cool, then breaks in two. And therefore am I left to sing, mask, 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 mask.
Yeah, so actually that poem, it is a perfect poem for today, because people wear that mask. Americans wear that mask. This thing right here,
I don't care. I've told you 3 times, I don't care.
that's a mask. You know what I mean? And toy guns.
I'm grateful to stand here with my 2 colleagues. I'm blessed to.
Sorry about that. This whole thing about how this people are sold these wars. The mindset is the mask. And people don't want to dig into their own psyche, their own. That people think that they weren't manufactured. You see what I mean? That they're thinking that their mindset is not manufactured. You see what I mean? And that's something you better look into, because you will get your ass taken out. You see what I mean? And toyed with your whole life. If you don't do some self-reflection, you know what I mean? So, yeah, you know, my pops is definitely a person that sees through a whole lot of bullshit. And thank God I had him as a father, because he helped me see through a whole lot of bullshit and not make the same choices carved out for me by somebody else. You see what I mean? Yeah, you know what I mean? Damn, when I hear that poem, it just reminds me so much of my pops, you know. And I would challenge people to dig into some poetry, but not dig in so much to this poetry that's about, you know, revolution, but what about the revolution of your own mind, your own self, you know, truthfully, your own self, yourself as a soft cookie. You see what I'm saying? Like, really, you know what I mean? Like, I'm serious. Think about it. You know what I mean? Dare I love the mask? You know? Yeah. So, oh, let me see. Norma, my dad was just an anxious crab, old Trump supporter. Damn. But I loved him, doctor. Appreciated the care for me. Yeah, you know, and that's how it is. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't think love has anything to do with politics. Parents, if they have any decency in them, they're still going to care for their kids and love their kids and teach them some good values. Hopefully they can take off the mask, you know what I mean? And do that and not wear a mask to do that. But in any case, let's continue this show. You know, again, I tell people all the time, put something up about yourself on your YouTube page, show people who you are. Let's have a real conversation. I'm up for a real conversation about this shit, and I'm up for a real conversation about my country, and I'm not going to waste time because I may not be use the vernacular, academic vernacular, but I know goddamn well what the fuck I'm talking about. You see what I mean? And my pops, you know, when you don't see him on camera, he definitely knows how to speak the exact same language I'm speaking right now. You see what I mean? So I'm only doing it because I don't have a whole lot of time to waste. I understand my point in this whole thing. I'm not Adam Mockler. I watch Adam Mockler. I love Adam Mockler. I'm not Ben Marcellus. I love them. I'm me. I'm here to bring another dynamic to it, and that is a man born in Washington, D.C., that lives abroad that's telling you these things, the same things, just in case somebody doesn't catch on to Adam Mockler or Ben Marcellus. You see what I mean? Or one of the other ones. You see what I mean? So, because we have to clean up shop. We got to clean up shop. And some of the people that have this Trump derangement syndrome, you know what I'm saying, can get saved by my ass. You see what I mean? Because maybe something about me resonates with them. You see what I mean? It has to be a wide range of people, you know, bringing this information to make sure that everybody has a chance to get it, because this is exactly what the right wing did to get Trump into fucking office. You know, they use these podcasting platforms, YouTube, social media. That's how Trump got elected. So more of us have to start speaking up and putting our nose where it belongs, but also, you know, offer what you can. Me, I actually know what the hell I'm talking about. So I have something to offer. And so that's why I do it. But I appreciate everybody that shows up. You know, to the program. But let's get back to the information. You know, listening to my pops, it kind of threw me for a second. But let's continue with these right wingers.
Was dead as a doornail, they relayed. There's also the wider rift with young men who say they're lied to. Former staffers being quoted as saying MAGA is effectively dead going into these midterms, and people feeling betrayed. I'm joined now by Molly Jong Fast, contributing opinion writer with the New York Times, host of the Fast Politics podcast, and in the only light note we may get tonight, Molly, I will say, and a guest who we found to be much more credible than Alex Jones. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for being here. Serious time.
You know, yeah, Fries says it's people that haven't even voted that's a target. Yeah, well, somebody was in the chat talking about they didn't vote last time. That's exactly right. And there's a lot of people being targeted to not vote through podcasts. You see what I mean? Through a lot of these right-wing anytime you hear a lefty say they're all the same, you're encouraging people to not vote. Stop using language like that. No, they're not all the same. You may not agree with every single thing that each one represents, but that does not make them the same, you know? And we need to encourage people to vote for practical things too. But don't just shoot low, but be practical and organize your priorities. Have them organized, you know? Like, for example, I say straight up, I say this shit straight up all the time. Listen, my priorities are in the United States of America first and foremost as an American citizen. Those are my priorities. I want shit in the United States to work, right? Things outside are second, they come after. Those are things I take care of if I got time to. But right now in the United States, we don't have any fucking time. You got corrupt Supreme Court. You got corrupt Congress, corrupt goddamn Senate, corrupt White House. You ain't got no time. Fuck everything else. No one else wants you. Nobody else fucking wants you. Like, literally, right now, no one needs the United States of America. They don't give a fuck about you. They just don't. You just got to get that in your head. And because you can't help anyone really until you first help yourself, because your shit is fucked up. Your shit is fucked up in the country, and anybody that's coming to you asking for your help needs to understand how fucked up shit is in the United States of America before they ask for it. You know what I mean? Now, I can appreciate people that they understand the nuances in the U.S. and that they can understand that authoritarianism is not something you want to have. That would be great. We should work with people like that understand that. We should work with people that understand not invading other people. You see what I mean? But, you know, if you don't care about yourself and your own people, and I'm talking about American citizens, if you don't do right by each other first, forget even trying to do anything right for anybody else. It's just not going to work. That's not how things work. Denmark doesn't supply Israel with weapons, right? They don't have any weapons deals with you know, they've I don't even know what the situation is right now, but I'm pretty sure it's none, right? But they do give aid to Palestine. They give aid to Palestine. They do. And it's substantial, right? But Denmark has its shit worked out at home. They do. They have their shit worked out at home. So, again, if you don't have your shit worked out at home, you need to start making that a priority and stop looking for other ways to distract, because that's how you're going to get a Donald Trump, another person that doesn't give a fuck about Americans at home. J.D. Vance is in Hungary. Hungary has universal health care. Why is it they can do it, think about it, and be broke, and you can't? Why is that? What is it? Who's doing that to you? Is it AIPAC, or is it you doing it to yourself? Let me take a guess. Is it AIPAC, or is it you? Let me see.
Are you saying you don't mind if your right to vote would be taken away?
I don't care. I know what I want.
But you wouldn't be able to get what you want if you can't vote for it.
I don't care. I've told you 3 times. I don't care.
Did AIPAC make her say that? Who made her say that? Who made her think that? Who made her think that? You know what I'm saying? And I'm saying, I don't give a fuck about AIPAC. Don't support AIPAC. I hope you don't support AIPAC, and I hope you don't support people that support AIPAC. But if they just happen to have gotten some AIPAC money, you shouldn't only look at that. That's all I'm saying. You shouldn't only look at that. You need to be willing to look at a wide variety of things they might be getting money from. Not only AIPAC. You see what I mean? Because if they getting money from billionaire white supremacists, you might want to be concerned about that. If they get money from billionaires that don't want you to fucking vote, you might want to be concerned about that. You know what I'm saying? You might want to be concerned about the ones that are kicking people out of the country. They want people thrown behind bars. Who's funding campaign? Who's funding Donald Trump to do that? Who's funding those policies? It ain't. You think AIPAC? The AIPAC is just a drop in the bucket. You see what I mean? And they're just saying pro-Israel, pro-Israel, pro-Israel. They don't have any domestic policy. You know, who is behind Trump's domestic policy? Figure that out. That's of prime importance. That is goal number one. Goal number one. Share information about who funds Trump. Who is winning? Who's getting that? What businesses? What corporations? What 5 families? What businesses do they own? This kind of shit. That, you know, I would be thinking, you want to know the PACs that are supporting Trump. Straight up. And although AIPAC supports a whole lot of, they support basically 99% of Republican, 98% of Republican congressional members, and something in a good majority of senators too, like far beyond the Democratic Party. But they're not enough. You see what I mean? Because again, AIPAC didn't do this. This is not AIPAC here. You see what I mean? This is not AIPAC's doing. This is those other ones who did this. She's important.
Are you saying you don't mind if your right to vote would be taken away?
I don't care. I know what I want. I know what I want.
But you wouldn't be able to get what you want if you can't vote for it.
I don't care. I've told you 3 times. I don't care.
Are you saying you don't mind if your right to vote would be taken?
I mean, she told you 3 times. That's a problem. She told you 3 times. People still not getting it. What PAC supports this shit? This is Nick Fuentes. This is these right wingers. But look, there's other ones too. It's not just about women voting. Women should vote. Damn, you didn't. It's just so sad that I even have to say women should vote. But apparently there's a lot of women that don't understand how important their vote is. I mean, because this woman didn't. But in general, there's other issues too in the United States. AIPAC is not the single. You cannot be a single issue voter, especially if you're talking about PACs. You have to be looking at who is doing what, because there's other PACs. You see what I mean? So, and the you know, you got to think about the money when you get elected too. Where are you going to get the money from to run for office? You see what I mean? And because ultimately a lot of people running for office are going to want to get some money, want to run some commercials on primetime TV. That's what they all are looking for. So, yeah, you know, you got to figure out where it is. It's not an illusion of choice. It's a responsibility of choice. It's a responsibility. And, you know, if you're not willing to look in the mirror and figure out how you chose a likely pedophile, 34-time felon, and a person that wants you dead over a woman that doesn't hate you outright, if you can't figure that out, that there's a problem there, then the problem is you. Straight up. And small donors are great, but look at how many people are out there. You know, look at how the lack of diversity there is, even with the small donors. I mean, small donors is great, but the reality is that you're at a disadvantage money wise. So you better do all you can. And not that I think that's not all that matters, but I think people, when they think about the donors and you question them on that, I think the reason why you get hesitation is because they know what the money does for their campaigns. Very simple. Very simple. And again, Obama got AIPAC money, but Obama's the one who made the deal with Iran. But Israel didn't like that deal, but Obama did that, even though he got AIPAC money. You see what I mean? So you can't just verbatim act like there's one rule that happens. When you get AIPAC money, you only do what Israel wants. That's not actually how it works. That's not how it works. There's some more nuances there. But I'm not just talking about AIPAC. I don't think you need AIPAC myself, but I'm just being clear about it. And the reason why I'm saying it this way is because a lot of people only talk about AIPAC like that's a magic wand. It's not a magic wand. It's not a magic wand. We got to take it further than that, and people can.
I've had some serious guests. We've mentioned
Let me go over that, as a matter of fact.
While everyone is hoping for an off-ramp that makes all of this look like, oh gosh, we had to deal with what were war crime threats from a sitting president, but maybe we don't go there. Maybe that doesn't happen tomorrow. But either way, on the politics for you, it would seem that people are not afraid on the right of saying that this is a bad war and they want out.
Yeah, it is very interesting to see Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson on the same side as Nancy Pelosi, right? That is something I probably thought I would never see. Here's what I would say about this. If you look back to 2016, Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson, and remember, at that time, Tucker Carlson was mainstream MAGA, right? And Alex Jones was sort of fringe MAGA. They were in very different places because Tucker Carlson was on Fox News. But at that point, you had these two people were really instrumental in Trump getting the nomination, right? Because they were the people, they were the ad, right? It was a huge field, and they were the people who were able to add to the base. Fast forward, right? They are the purest distillation of MAGA, those two. And, they represent a huge group of people, right? They talk to, and they may be representing them, they may be reflecting them. Either way, this is trouble for Trump. And I think, it comes back to the idea that Trump ran on this America First platform.
Yeah.
What was, right, and the history of America.
There it is. And so he ran on America First. Now, again, this just goes back to basic responsibility, basic accountability. That's not fabricated. He literally ran on America First. And so nobody's special. For your country, for the United States to get better and really heal itself from the poison inside of it, everyone has to be asked to be accountable. Everyone. Even right wingers, they must be. You have to challenge them every single day with information and put it in their face every single day that they believe Trump, and Trump did the exact opposite of what he promised them. That's the first thing. And you got to ask, why do you continue to vote for him? You see, that's what's got to be done, because when you do it that way, eventually you will get a few of them to break off. That's how you do it. And of course, there are other people that think you don't need right wingers. But listen, I think you need everybody to wake the fuck up. And I think right now is a good opportunity and a good time to wake everybody up, especially when you show them you're willing to reach out beyond party lines like I do. I'm not just sitting up. I'm talking to independents. I don't care if there's plenty of Republican people that voted for Trump that come in this chat. And some of them are pretty intelligent, but they admit it. They take accountability. They say, I voted for Trump. They say it very clearly. I voted for Trump. It was a mistake. Okay. Those are people you can deal with. And those are people, because there's nothing wrong with wanting somebody to take America first. That's not the problem. I agree with it. Now, I'm reaching out to everybody. Right wingers are Americans too. And listen, there should be something about that all Americans understand. And that is, in the Western world, outside of the U.S., even right wingers, I don't know if you call them MAGAs, there's different ones. Even right wingers agree with universal health care. Even right wingers agree with universal education. You see what I mean? So education and health care should not even be left or right issues. Those should just be basic universal issues that everyone understands. Why? Because you pay taxes. What do you want your taxes going to? You don't want your taxes going to healthcare and education? Why not? Your taxes go to the U.S. military. Is the U.S. military vital? Yes. Why is education and healthcare not vital? Why is that? You don't value your health? You don't value your education? I mean, if you don't, then the results will always be this way. You see what I'm saying? So I don't buy that. You know, I think it's more about, and this is me. I'm not expecting other people to agree because I already been through that. You know what I'm saying? I've already been through that. I'm not looking for people to agree right now. See, because I'm thinking ahead. See, I know time will go by. You might agree later. You see what I'm saying? You just need a couple of chances to bang your head on the wall. Boom, 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 and get it wrong. You see what I mean? And then you will come back and be like, you know what? I see you were trying to tell us, but I couldn't get it then. And guess what? Nobody's perfect. People don't always get it then. You see what I'm saying? And it's a possibility you also, Friars, don't get it. You see, because you're not perfect, Friars. And I think a lot of times people, activists, get in this activist mood where they shut their motherfucking ears. I've seen that plenty of times. Political groups get in that mood where they shut their ears. You see what I mean? It ain't going to work. It ain't going to work. That's just the same thing. Nobody needs that. What you need is people that are willing to address their mistakes, and them pointing fingers. The accountability has to go all the way around, all the way, or it doesn't work. All directions, not just AIPAC. Because AIPAC ain't make you do it. You see what I mean? AIPAC didn't make you not want health care. You see what I'm saying? That was somebody else did that. Now, let's see here. Going to the data, it says the current 2026 election cycle, the scale of political spending has reached unprecedented levels. While the Israel lobby, primarily AIPAC, is a massive force, you were correct there. You're correct there, Fries. It's a massive force. It's often eclipsed in raw dollar amounts by partisan mega PACs. Do you understand what I'm saying now? Paying attention and only caring about AIPAC is like not paying attention to what's going on in your country. That's what I'm saying. That's not what you're saying. You're not saying that. That's my argument. I'm not a general leftist that follows that narrative that Friars follows. I think for myself. I don't follow narratives. And to be honest, I don't give a fuck about the left-wing narrative. Period. You know, why is that? Because I live in a country where everyone has fucking health care and goddamn education. That's not a left or right thing. So I don't need to follow the left's narrative in the U.S. because this narrative is only a scientific narrative that makes rational fucking sense for it to be everybody, left or right, should be supporting it. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't be a left issue. Period. It's a massive force, right? It's often eclipsed in raw dollar amounts by partisan mega PACs and new industry specific groups like crypto and AI. Here's the breakdown of the top right-wing funding mechanisms and how they compare to pro-Israel lobby. Anybody can do this. But if you only care about AIPAC, you ain't going to do it. You know, top right-wing PACs and power players 2026. For the 2026 midterms, right-wing funding is dominated by a few behemoths, right? By a few behemoths, PACs, super PACs that can raise and spend unlimited sums of money. Yes. Do you have unlimited sums of money? Just a question. I doubt it. Maga Incorporated. This is the primary pro super PAC. As of April 2026, it is reported to have over $312 million in the bank. It focuses on national narratives and defending Trump's aligned candidates. Club and Growth PAC, an economically conservative powerhouse that focuses on purity tests For Republicans, they are currently very active in 2026 governor and Senate races, Ohio and Florida, pushing candidates towards hardline fiscal conservatism. Americans for Prosperity, AFP action, funded largely by the Koch brothers, right? Koch Network. This group has a massive ground game, meaning they pay for thousands of people to knock on doors and make phone calls. They pay for that. Do you need money on the left for that, or are you going to do it for free? You can do it for free. If people are willing to do that for free, I think that's best. Are they going to do it for free? I don't know. Do the data. Let's see what's effective. Okay. People knock on doors and make phone calls rather than just running TV ads. It's a pretty good idea. Fair shake. Think about what educating people could be with money, what that looks like when you have money, if you want to educate people. Fair shake, crypto pack. While technically nonpartisan, the crypto industry has amassed 141 million war chests and is currently leaning heavily towards Republicans like Ohio Senator Bernie Moreno, who favor deregulation. Okay. How money is funneled. Money moves through the political system via several distinct pipes, some more transparent than others. Super PACs. These can take unlimited money from billionaires. Right. Super PACs can do that. Tim Dunn or Mark Anderson. And corporations. They cannot coordinate directly with candidates' staff, but they often run the attack ads. The candidate doesn't want their name on. Okay. Dark money. 501(c)(4)s. These are social welfare organizations that they do not have to disclose their donors. Oh, wow. Interesting. A donor can give $10, can give $10 million to a 501(c)(4), which then gives it to a super PAC, effectively washing the donor's name so the public never knows who wrote the check. Joint fundraising committees. This is how the politicians like the Senate leaders raise money for themselves and dozens of other candidates simultaneously. It allows a single donor to write one massive check, sometimes over 800 million or 800,000 that gets split up legally among many different campaigns. 3. Comparisons. Right-wing PACs versus Israel lobby. Okay, let me just blow this up. So people can get a better view of this. Let me see here. Boom. That's this one. Is that this? Okay, so let me make this a little smaller so people can see. Sorry about that. I don't want anybody not seeing it. All right, so here we go. Now, comparison, right? Right-wing PACs versus Israel lobby. The Israel lobby, led by AIPAC and its super PAC, United Democratic Project, UDP, is unique because it operates heavily within both parties. Feature: right-wing mega PACs, e.g. Maga Incorporated. Israel lobby, AIPAC, UDP. Okay. Primary goal: right-wing mega PACs elect Republicans, pass conservative policy. Israel lobby, ensure pro-Israel U.S. foreign policy. Total funding: highest individual groups can have 300 million plus. High AIPAC PAC has funneled 28 million so far in 2026. 300 million about national policy. 28 million over here with AIPAC about foreign policy. Okay, strategy: broad spectrum economy, border culture, laser focused. So Israel lobby is laser focused on primary challenges against critics, and the right wing broad spectrum economy, border culture. Right. So these are domestic things. Right. Target: the Maga Incorporated and right wing general elections, GOP versus Dems. Israeli lobby, primaries, moderate Dems and progressive Dems. Okay. So this is where I think Friars takes note of it, because he sees AIPAC as dealing a lot in Democratic Party's business through funding, right? But here's the thing: I have a difference of opinion. I believe, right, that the money they're funding, right? But the voters, at the end of the day, you know, the dialogue among the voters, because look, it doesn't even show you what it says. Moderate Dems and progressives. It don't even tell you how much they spend on Republicans here. So I'm going to ask that, because they do spend money. And see, that's the thing. Essentially, Republicans seem to have more money. But let's go further. Let's find that out for sure, because I don't know the exact number, so I want to see what they are. Who have more influence? The dollars. Right wing and left wing partisan PACs spend significantly more money in a total than the Israeli lobby. Groups like Maga Incorporated or the Democratic Senate Majority PAC deal in hundreds of millions, while AIPAC, UDP typically spend tens of millions. In win rate, AIPAC is often considered more efficient because they focus their money on specific primary races, where a small amount of spending, 2.5 or 5 million, can unseat a candidate they dislike. Partisan PACs often waste money on massive TV buys in states where everyone has already made up their mind, right? So this is where Friars checks in at. And don't get me wrong, I don't think it's wrong to pay attention to this at all. I think it's correct to pay attention to this. But where we differ is that I think you don't need to only. I think every time you say AIPAC, you need to say the other PACs. That's what I think. And I think people's brains are big enough to get it. And I think we need to educate people, not just tell them our narrative that we want them to know. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to bitch about what somebody else doesn't do. What I'm going to do instead, because I understand how to master my own energy and my own investment, is I'm going to tell people the information I want them to know. Period. Regardless of what left or right wing or center Americans think. I don't give a fuck what they think. What the fuck? I don't give a fuck. What the hell? They don't pay me. They don't pay me at all. So at the end of the day, I do what I do. Period. You know? And other people are free to do whatever they want to do. That's how it works. You see? So let's see here. Just call in, accept the invite. You didn't call? Let me see something. Oh, did you call? Hold on, let me see. Let me open up Discord though. It takes a second. Yeah, you can call in anybody, you know. Eric, that's what I'm saying, man. Hello? Yeah, I don't see. I'll let the other people just say AIPAC. No. I don't ever do what other people do. I don't follow the crowds, yo. I do something else, and I've learned that there's plenty of reason why to do that, and I don't really have to explain it 100 goddamn times. You see what I mean? So I already have my qualitative evidences for that. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I do things the way I do them. You know, following the pack is great, but it's not always ingenuity happening. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, we need to do more than just what the norm was. It's opening up. Give it 2 seconds. It should open up. No problem. Anybody want to hop up to? Let me put the link in the thing again. Please click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button. And then we take it from there. Here's the link right here. Boom. It's the last link. Now you see where it says panel. That's the Discord link. What it will do is, if you don't have Discord on your phone or your computer, it will prompt you to install Discord, but then it will bring you directly to my server, which allows me to accept your call. So right now it's opening up, so it takes about 30 seconds or something. And even the right-wing Israel lobby has more than one PAC. AIPAC is just one. They're not the only right-wing Israel lobby either. You know, that's why I don't just say AIPAC. That's not what I do, because it gives a lot of people the impression that it's just AIPAC, even the right-wingers. The right-wing Israel lobby, A lot of people think it's only AIPAC. And why do they think that? Because a lot of people just say AIPAC. And people don't tend to research. They tend to listen to what other people say. And I'm aware of that. So, yeah, I take a different approach. Let me see here. It's almost open. Here, just give me 2 seconds. It's one other thing I want to run. It's about to pop up. It's about to open up. So 2 seconds here. This is Adam Mockler. He actually had some reporting on this on Congress. Apparently Congress is making some moves. So let's just check that out. And then I'm going to pull up Fryer as soon as this is open. Is this working? Whenever it opens up, it kind of slows down things for a second. So
all right, everybody,
all right,
we now have a record number of sitting politicians calling for Donald Trump's removal via impeachment or the 25th Amendment. We just had 50 Democrats release statements calling for his removal via the 25th, and then Nancy Pelosi threw her weight behind this, taking it up to 70 House Democrats officially calling for the impeachment or removal via the 25th Amendment. This is only hours before Donald Trump's, quote, civilization-ending deadline that, quite frankly, I think he's going to back down from. I want him to back down from. Of course, I don't want him to end an entire civilization, but I think it's a problem when our president is making nuclear apocalyptic threats towards entire civilizations, threatening to genocide them. Then tomorrow, the headline will likely switch to something else. No, F that. I want to talk about this for a second. I want to take this 25th Amendment threat seriously, and I want to talk about what will likely play out tonight, because the reporting that we now have, the reporting that is coming in now is that a deal between the United States and Iran is expected to be closed tonight. And of course, I want to caveat, diplomacy is what I want at the end of the day, but I still find it very bothersome, nevertheless, that the President of the United States made this sort of threat, backed down like it was nothing, and wanted the entire world to be on its toes just for some sort of views. This is not leverage. This is holding a gun to the head of the Iranian population that you claimed to save. The news source that we have says, a regional source is saying to CNN that a deal between the United States and Iran is expected to be closed tonight. The source added that the deal is getting closer and closer. While this is happening, Trump told NBC that it's, quote, totally illegal for Iran to have young people surround power plants as human shields, adding that they're not allowed to do that. Listen, I don't think it's okay when the regime coerces citizens into standing around power plants and on infrastructure, but if anything is illegal, it was the start of this war. It was the impetus, the catalyst of this war. This war was started without congressional approval, without congressional authority, in an unconstitutional and illegal manner. And many people don't really care about that in America. We've learned that many people don't care about Donald Trump's unconstitutionality and his breaking of the law. I mean, they voted for him after he had 34 felonies into January 6th. But in this case, it does matter. This is why it matters that Congress puts a check on the president, because before you know it, we are 6 weeks into a new war where the president is threatening to nuke an entire civilization. Let me lay out the timelines of what could happen over the next few hours. And by the way, if you appreciate the breaking news on the Adam Mockler feed, the steady-handed analysis, we're not trying to freak anybody out. We're trying to come back to earth, then make.
All right, they say that they actually came to an agreement, but I just want to hear this first, real quick.
Drop a like.
I want to hear how many representatives want to can Donald Trump.
Subscribe to the Adam Mockler feed, and let's continue our steady hand.
And then I see Fryers here, so I'm gonna call him right back in 2 seconds.
Analysis of the potential scenarios that could play out tonight. I want to tell you right now, I do not think a viable scenario is Trump actually doing a civilization-ending bombing raid against Iran. That type of bluffing coming from the president only devalues our ranking on the world stage and is disgusting, but it's likely not going to happen. But what he could do instead will also be very, very bad. Number one, he could find an off-ramp with the Pakistani negotiations that are currently happening. If he finds this off-ramp, this allows Iran to continue to rearm, re-equip, gain more control of the Strait of Hormuz, and in about 2 weeks we will be in the exact same situation with Trump bluffing and getting even more and more frustrated. Trump could completely just
I think it's 70 now, but hold on, he's about to say it.
Back down and not get any concessions concessions, which means that we've lost U.S. troops. We've spent hundreds of billions of dollars just for us to be in the same situation 8 months from now as they continue to try to make nukes or whatever the allegation is. And right now, the regime is still in place. So we have gotten absolutely nothing out of this war other than higher gas prices. The 86-year-old Khamenei, the supreme leader, he was killed and replaced with his 30-year younger son, who is now in power, has lost his entire family, and is radicalized to hate the United States. Any Iranian scientists who were questioning if they need a nuke before this are now damn well going to say they need a nuke because the United States is continuing to apply pressure in this absolutely batshit manner. This is why we need to be taking these 25th Amendment conversations seriously, and that's why I'm happy to see a slew of politicians come out in unison and say we need to invoke the 25th Amendment now. I honestly can't even tell what the stronger argument for the 25th Amendment is. The idea that Trump is actually threatening to nuke an entire civilization and genocide them, or the idea that he thinks it's a funny, madman negotiation technique in order to threaten to genocide an entire population. Obviously, the actual nuking of a population would be much worse, but I think it's equally a strong argument if Trump just thinks this is all shits and giggles. We see Representative Yasemin Ansari leading the way, saying, Trump is escalating a devastating, illegal war. I've called for the 25th Amendment and I'm introducing articles. Then Representative Ilhan Omar says, this is not okay. Invoke the 25th Amendment, impeach, remove. This unhinged lunatic must be removed from office. You then see Representative Rashida Tlaib, Senator Ed Markey, Representative Sharif Nider. Then you see former Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene coming out this morning. And I want to remind you, as I was filming this video...
Right. Now, see, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to play this. Because people say we don't need to reach out to... I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't know who we is. People are free to define we any way they want. But I know me. I know who I am and what I do. And my thing is, I'm willing to reach out to any American about these issues. I don't really care if you are an ex-Trump voter. I don't care if you're somebody like, why not? Why not? I don't understand that. And it's going to MTG ain't voting anymore. Yeah, okay, whatever, man. In any case, but listen, Friars, calm down, man, because she's not the only one. And see, that's the whole point, man. Stop with the narratives. You don't have to drive a narrative in the ground to make your point. I already get your point, but that's not my point. You see what I'm saying? And I think it gets to a time where we become like the people we criticize. I'm not doing that. You can feel free to cut off anybody you want to engage your type of activism or politic. That's you. That's a reflection of you. You saying, I'm not doing that. I don't need to do that. But in any case, let's call Friars up now. So, because this is the typical type of conversation that you're going to hear, which is why I'm actually glad that he called up. I mean, but let me see here. And it's not going to change. It's not going to change because this has been my opinion. I didn't just jump on my opinion. It's been slowly developed through patience and paying attention, So yeah, here we go. I'm calling Friars. Fry's still talking about his concern. It's not about your concern, man. You're not the only person concerned. You answering? I'm calling now. You got to take your mic off.
Yeah, I was just getting set up. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, now I can hear you. All right, Fries, man. So listen, man.
But no, I'm sorry. You called me, and this is Sterling.
Oh, this is Sterling?
Yeah. If you want to call the other guy, that's cool. But
okay,
yeah, that's why it took me.
Okay, my fault.
Yeah.
Let me get Fries up here real quick, and then I'll hit you right back.
No problem.
Stay on the line. Sorry about that. Sorry. Yeah. All right, Fries, my fault. Here you go. Now I'm calling Fries. You there?
That was weird.
Okay, there you go. Huh?
Yeah, so what I'll say about Marjorie Taylor Greene is I saw that. I mean, it's good that she's saying that. I wish she stayed in Congress. If she had stayed in Congress, that would have made a huge difference. But like now, she can't actually vote him out. Okay? That's what we need. I need to know who in Congress is going to vote him out, especially the Republicans. Like, will Macy vote her?
I get
Will
that point.
Nancy Grace
I
vote
get,
him out? I don't think she will.
But
So
but Fries, I get that point, Fries. I get that.
That's my point.
But that's not my point. That was the point. You see what I'm saying? That's not my point. And so you responded to my point like it's your point. It's not my point. My point is different.
What is your point then?
You need to engage also somebody else's point, Fries. That's exactly what I'm saying. You know, because I get your point.
Give me some examples there. Like, who in Congress?
No, stop. You see, you just jumped up to Congress. I didn't say Congress. I'm talking about the American people. Who are the voters? You can't get change in Congress without getting to voters, dude. So stop taking the narrative, man. You got to be willing, even you, Friars, a person that's in politics, a person that's obviously an activist, even you got to be willing to slow it down, bro. It's not just about narratives. I know you know who you want in Congress. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people, bro. People.
So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Okay. Name me one Republican right now, MAGA, that will vote against Donald Trump.
Right now, that will vote against Donald Trump? I mean, hold on. I can't name. You asked me a question. I don't think any of them is voting against Donald Trump right now. But that's the point. But listen, see, again, I don't know why you don't get this part. The people are the ones that make the changes. If we're not willing to talk to American people fairly across all lines, dude, we're not doing our part. I'm not playing fucking politics. Our fucking country is dying, dude. I don't give a fuck about anybody on the left or the right. Fuck them all. Our country is dying, dude. We got to step out of this. I'm on the left. I'm on the right. I'm only going to do this. I'm only going to engage them. Fuck all of that, dude. I'm not doing that.
You might not be doing it, but you know who is?
I'm not encouraging it. I'm not encouraging it. I'm not encouraging it. I'm not encouraging it.
You keep playing that same video over again. That lady probably doesn't even vote, dude. Let me say this one thing, okay? When that
wasn't the point. The point was not that she voted. That's not the point. Obviously something is wrong with her. The point is that she's also speaking for so many other Americans. That's the point.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
In 2024, I was in northern Texas, the most reddest county you can imagine. Okay.
Right.
And I watched people come to the poll. I watched a guy come to the poll. He said, I'm 76 years old. I've never voted for it in my life.
Yeah.
But Donald Trump said, I'm going to lose my country. Okay. I saw the most angry rural. I mean, they're all pretty much white. It's all a white county. Yeah. And they came out there. There's nothing if they started listening to your podcast, they wouldn't care. These guys don't even pay attention.
No, man.
They don't pay attention to any of this stuff.
Well,
they don't read the newspaper.
I think to a certain degree. I think to a certain degree, you're right. I understand that thought about they don't listen, because that's exactly what I've been saying. But see, here's the thing, Friars. The reason why some people are going to listen to me and why they're not going to listen to you is because I'm doing something different, Friars. I'm not saying it's only them that's not fucking listening. You see how different that is? See, when you don't just point the finger at one group and say they not listening. No, man, I said very clearly there's lefties that do the same shit. That's what I said.
What's your solution? What's your solution?
My solution is to just talk to Americans. My solution is to talk to Americans, bro. That's my solution. My solution is to talk to all Americans about the facts. Engage all the Americans, all of them. Engage them all. Because listen, I don't have a problem with Make America Great Again. I have a problem that the motherfucker didn't do it. And why do I have a problem with the motherfucker didn't do it? Because I live in a country that really is great. It's called Denmark. Even the right wingers, the middle ones, the left all agree healthcare and education every Danish citizen is supposed to have. That's why. That's different. You see what I'm saying? I'm not engaging anybody the same way. And so therefore I'm not letting nobody off the hook either.
I mean, I hear you, but I think you're still missing a big piece. And again, in 2020, I was in Austin, and I saw this little old lady, black female, come to the polls, and I'm like, I'm sure she's going to vote Democrat. She's voting for Abbott. Okay, Abbott is doing this. He's hitting, and there's, I mean, you can't say anything to them, and that's her guy.
Well, I understand your frustration.
It's so frustrating. But this is the important part. They don't read the ballot. People 70 and over, they don't even look at the ballot. Like she was asking me, who are the Republicans? Who are the? And I can't tell.
Nah, some of them look at this. Some of them, man,
bro,
come on, man. Some of them look at the
polls,
ballot, bro.
I'm telling you, bro.
Look,
I'm at the polls. I'm at the polls, okay, and work the polls.
But some of the people who came in the chat is over 70 years old, bro.
Bro, I'm trying to tell you, the majority of those that I saw come in and vote.
All right, so that's the majority. I understand.
Right?
Yeah, okay.
Majority don't, and it's frustrating. Like this is what happens. Activists go out and they canvass their area. They'll knock on the door and they'll say, "Hey, man, are you going to vote? I didn't know that you were voting this week. Yes, ma'am. We're having a primary," and so they get them excited. They show them the ballot, and then they go, "Here, we'll come pick you up." If they don't pick that person up, that person doesn't vote.
Okay, hold on. Check this out for 1 second, though, Fries. I understand you, though. I'm hearing your point. Because you're talking about your experience at the polls and stuff, and I understand that. That's your experience. I get that. Look, listen. Bryn Z GI said people listen. They don't agree with you. Okay, so then who do you agree with right now? It's me and Fries talking. Who do you agree with, Bryn Z?
Who's Brenzy?
It's somebody in the chat. Brenzy, let me pull it up. Yeah, let me pull it up so everybody can see this. Brenzy, tell us, who do you agree with in the conversation me and Friars are having? Let's be engaged, okay? Look, Brenzy says she agreed with me. See, so that means she don't want to participate. That's really what it is. So she doesn't want to chime in. She doesn't see me and you don't agree. We're having a disagreement about something, and she doesn't want to chime in on what we're talking about right now. So Bryn Z, or whatever, is just being a punk ass. All right, go ahead and be a punk ass. The chat is open. Yeah, go ahead.
That's the American public right there. The American public, they want the simple solution. But it's not what I want. I look at the entire ballot. I take it home. I read it. Dude, a lot of people don't. And you can't train them to do that. It's simply
no. I'm not training them to do that. I'm not attempting to train them.
I'm talking the American populace. We can't train them to do that. Not just you or me.
No, but
this is way bigger than us.
I'm not training them. I'm not training them to do that. I'm not training them to do that. Not at all. That's not what I'm trying to do. See, here's the thing. It's one thing if you vote a certain way because you don't have access to any information. That's one thing. I understand that. If you listen to Fox News and Fox News keeps telling you the same thing over and over, that becomes the truth no matter what they're telling you.
Exactly. It's a big problem.
So that is, in my view, where we fucked up, where the United States of America fucked up. Because the United States particularly where Trump won, is Trump engaged the public through social media long in advance before an election. Long in advance. And he benefited from that. You see what I mean? And so here's the thing. We might have politicians that think differently from Trump, but a lot of Americans don't understand their language, what they're saying, don't understand civics, how civics works, or they think that they're boring. And they're getting pushed around by people that want quick excuses. Fast, like you said, catchphrases, things like that. But the ultimate effect is people are missing out. People are having one conversation and they're not having a conversation that they need to know about. They need to know that my black ass is born in Washington, D.C., My family comes from on both sides. It goes back to the colonial period. But I live in Denmark, and in Denmark, the right wing, left wing, and center all agree on health care and education for all their people. All their people.
Yeah, but they're educated, dude. There's a different level of education over there. It's not even close.
Look. I mean, yeah, there is a different level of education. But the thing about it is that when you have a person like me that some Republicans instinctively don't like, that's what gets their attention, because they hate. A lot of these people hate to see somebody like me actually saying, "Nah, nanny boo boo. You can't hurt me with your vote. La 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 la." Oh, you're right. That really, they don't like to see that. They don't like to see that because they know that it's true. And when they vote against their own interests and they see that it's not affecting Americans that don't live in the United States of America, and that we are telling them you're the only ones dumb enough to do this, they hate that. Kamala Harris not telling them that. Who's telling them that? What politician is telling them what I'm telling them in the U.S.? Name one on the left or in the center. It's not one.
Exactly?
It's not one. Anything that I just said, they're not able to say.
Bernie Sanders, we're talking about. Bernie Sanders is telling this is what he screams in 2016. This is his entire message. His message doesn't change.
Man, they don't take Bernie. Listen. Yeah, but see, they've gotten used to Bernie Sanders, man. Bernie Sanders, don't get me wrong. I agree. I like Bernie Sanders. Don't get me wrong. But that's not enough. We have to do our part to bridge the gap. We have to do our part to bridge the gap. Bernie Sanders is saying it, but people don't listen to Bernie Sanders because he's the only one saying it.
And okay, so I'm going to intervene, and I'm going to have you pull this up. Okay, pull up the squad. Okay, pull up Justice Democrats. All right, pull up Our Revolution. Any one of those. And the chat pull those up too. Our Revolution came first. That was Bernie Sanders. All right, and that was the message that he had. From that came Medicare for All. Okay, and then that got picked up by, and then they pushed for Justice Democrats.
No. I know where you're going, man. I see it, but I'm gonna let you finish. I'm gonna let you finish. Here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. Media. I'm not a politician. I'm in media. I have a different job. My job is to explain, to fill in the gaps. Okay, that's the problem. Legacy media in the United States doesn't fill in one motherfucking gap for Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders can be right all he wants. Legacy media ain't backing his ass up on none of that. Because if they wanted to back him up, then they would be doing shows on the difference in the tax system. But they're not doing that. And I keep saying that over and over and over. But go ahead. Can
I push back on that?
Yeah.
So Bernie Sanders. So first off, Bernie Sanders got the squad out of it, and the squad was we got Ilhan Omar, we got AOC, and the others that make up the squad. Okay, that's what we got out of it as a starter. Bernie Sanders went on Fox News on a what was it called? Community. What's it called when you have like a town hall meeting?
Yeah.
And they challenged him on all those things. They go, well, why do you want Medicare for all? He changed their minds. Bernie Sanders went to West Virginia, and 35,000 people came out to support him at West Virginia. Bernie Sanders does get people's attention. And this is why it's changing to the point now in the Democratic Party for the progressives, Medicare for all is necessary. No one cared about it in 2016. Now, if you're not saying it, they're not going to vote for you. And it's easy to win.
Look, man. Listen. You're. I'm not worried about what Bernie Sanders is doing. What you told me is don't do. You interpreted me as focusing or giving attention to also right wingers. Here's the thing. There's a reason why I do it, because the same people that already get it, that's not who we need to convince. We need to convince the people that don't get it, because if you don't get 2/3 of the majority in the Congress and in the Senate, what is it, Senate or Congress, you ain't gonna get it. And if you don't get rid of some of these Supreme Court justices, you ain't gonna get it. You're not gonna get universal health care. I mean, I hope you understand that, right?
Well,
so you don't need a majority. You need a supermajority, and you need to get rid of some judges. Yeah, go ahead.
It goes deeper than that, because Hillary Clinton didn't want universal health care.
Stop it, man. Stop. I'm talking about now, bro. Now, right now.
Bro, I'm trying to get to now. If you just let me finish.
All right,
okay.
good.
That's when it started to get cut off. And as of right now, the thing is, they were trying to push Biden for universal health care, and they were trying to push Harris for universal health care. But she was getting closer to it. But the thing about it is, right now, what people are looking for the next election coming up is that. Like we're to the point that Harris is like, yeah, I agree, I see your point and all this other stuff, and she's not taking money from the pharmaceutical lobbyists. Like she's getting away from that.
Yo, man.
And people want more than that.
You're
In the
not
future,
going to get it, bro. You ain't going to get it if you don't
Yeah,
convince any
yeah.
Republicans. You ain't going to get it.
Well, okay, so you have a valid point because you have
I
the
hope so.
two-thirds majority. So.
Okay, go
But
ahead.
this
Go
is
ahead.
the other issue. In this next coming up election in this midterm,
Right.
we should be getting the House, okay? House. And then in the 2028, we should be getting the Senate. Why does that matter? Now we have the majority. Okay.
But
now
you
we
need
have
a super majority. You need a super majority, bro. You need a super
You
majority.
have a super majority. If you have the House and that, you won't have a 50-50 majority. You'll have a 60-40 majority. Now it's a different story.
No.
And the thing is,
You need a super
there are gonna
majority,
be-
man. You need a super majority is 70%. That's super
I know.
majority.
I'm trying to get to that.
Okay,
You have 60% right now.
All right.
And then what you have is you have 10% that you have to bring over. Now, what moderate Republicans are out there in your book?
I get what you're saying, which is why we need to make some. We need to educate some. We have to be willing to do the work, dude. We can't just turn away from people because of their party, dude, and think that our job is to not educate them. We have to do that. That's our work.
No, dude, that's not okay.
You mean I'm supposed to convince the people that already know?
There's no way. So look at Liz Cheney was a moderate, right? Mitch Romney or Romney was a moderate. The moderates are all gone, dude. The moderates can't win their primaries. Now you can't vote in a Republican primary. I can't vote in a Republican primary. Only Republicans can vote in a Republican primary. And right now they're terrified of the Trump base. They're not even trying to talk about any of that stuff. You talk about universal health care, they call you a communist in the Republican side.
So what does that tell you we have to do?
It tells me that what happened was when Bernie went on there and talked to them, Bernie made them realize this matters. All right. Bernie was the one that went to that town hall. Bernie is the one, he goes right into the red district and he says, this is for you. You need this. You need to get on your representatives and do this. And that's how it's going to be done. You have to get progressives who, first off, have complete support from their side. I mean, you have Kristen Sinema, you have Joe Manchin, who completely shot down everything that Joe Biden did. Why didn't we get Build Back Better? 2 senators, or those two right there. So if we can get our own house together, it's going to be so hard to get the other side. You see what I'm saying? But once you have your side, guys like Bernie are the middle ground. Guys like Bernie,
you know what? You know what I think?
Your people are going to want this.
You know what I think, bro? What I think is like this, especially in terms of my media, right? What I think is that I think I'm touching a certain amount of both sides, different people. That's what I think I'm doing. And the reason why I think I'm doing it is because I'm willing to look the information up right in their face. I'm willing to actually do it. You see what I mean? And I think the information is what people need. They don't need to be told as much as they need to be shown. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
And I think that's the problem in our politics, man. We doing a lot of telling people what to think, and we not doing enough showing. Like, you know, no matter what a Trump supporter thinks, the bottom line is that I don't ever have to think about my health care or my kids because I live in Denmark. They do every fucking day of the week. And I know that. And I'm going to remind them of that every day. No matter what their politic is, it's not going to beat my situation. You see what I'm saying? And why is that? Why is it? It's because of your priorities. That's all it is, and so people have to be reminded of it. It's not a magic trick to it. Republicans, Democrats, people in the center, they all need health care. And so when they see that a liberal is voting from abroad that has health care, they're like, God damn, why does this motherfucker have health care and I don't?
Dude, no, they don't. I mean, I know that you
don't think so?
That's not, not, dude. The MAGA base? Are you kidding me? They
do, man. They do. They like to pretend. They like to pretend, but it sinks in. It actually sinks in when you have enough people. It's like triangulation. When you have enough people from different directions pointing at the same thing. See, I'm just one finger pointing. That's not the point. The point is not, can I do it? The point is, are people going to point at the same things from around, from every direction and get it through people's heads? And it's not just about them. The same information that's going to get them is the same information that's going to make more people in the center aware. It's the same people, the same information that's going to shake up these phony ass politicians too. They can't hide if the information is out there. No one can hide. Nobody.
Are you on the Nordic model? Are you guys part of the Nordic model system?
Yeah,
I know that Netherlands is. So,
yeah.
Try this in the future. Just ask any of those guys that you think are so easy to convince. Would you want the Nordic model for your country?
They don't even know what but they don't know what it is. That's the thing. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
They don't know what it is, and nobody's going through the only person that they've ever encountered going through the information is me.
So you can ask the same people. Would you rather have Obamacare or the Affordable Care Act? And they will say unanimously, I hate Obamacare. Remember, do you know what saved Obamacare?
But listen,
one vote.
You
remember that, right?
It's okay.
One vote saved Obamacare.
It's okay, but
one vote.
Just saying it itself tells you what it is. Just saying it, just calling it Obamacare is an admittance of what it is, because it's not even called Obamacare. See, that's the thing about it. No, what they did was Obama. No, I don't want Obamacare. But here's the thing: if you want to just go by the facts, what you called Obamacare was Obama going to the right and negotiating some of the things that the right wanted. That's why it's called Obamacare. Okay, if you didn't do it, you wouldn't have anything. That's the problem, and that's the real history of the United States. So these people can, they can reimagine it however they want to reimagine it. But number one, it's not called Obamacare. There's nothing called Obamacare in the U.S. No one pays taxes to Obamacare. You see what I mean?
No, I know this. I'm saying that it was hard. Like, that was on a television show. That was on Jimmy Kimmel. They did it over and over again. It's a meme almost. Because they really don't pay attention at all, dude.
Well, but
they follow what they're told to do.
Yeah, but it is a meme, and it's an effective meme because they basically made a phobia out of it. Obama must be bad. But the truth is that they're making a phobia out of something they negotiated with Obama. So,
well, no, they all have it. They want affordable. They're like, I love the Affordable Care Act. That's what Obama negotiated.
Yeah, but it wasn't what they were offered. See, they were offered something else to make a deal. You got Obamacare. So to actually get the votes, they had to negotiate. So
let me be clear.
Oh, okay.
The Affordable Care Act is Obamacare, dude. The Affordable Care Act is Obamacare. They're the same thing. There's no difference.
No, there's not. The reason why they call it Obamacare is to have a phobic conversation. But the truth about it is that what they got passed is a negotiation. That's not what they asked for. It's what was negotiated with Republicans to get them to sign on. So it's not even what was asked. But then when they sign on to it, they call it Obamacare, like they're not part of the issue. They're the ones who co-signed it.
It was never called Obamacare. It was always called the Affordable Care Act.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
The Democrats were the ones who named it Obamacare.
No, and Democrats ain't call it Obamacare. Democrats did not call it.
For sure. Let me give you an example. Okay, watch Hillary Clinton's debate, and she said, "quote unquote," before it was called Obamacare, it was called Hillary Care. because that's what she wanted as a nickname. So yeah, it wasn't used as a derogatory term. It was used because Obama got it for us.
Okay, let me just
Obama
look at
fought
it.
for us. It's the Affordable Care Act.
Let me just look it up. I mean,
It was never meant as a derogatory term.
Okay, maybe. Yeah, here you go. Hillary. You said Hillary Keller. Okay, I didn't know that. Let me see. It was modeled after Hillary Care. Hold on. The original, the term first appeared during the 2008 primaries. It was modeled after Hillary Care, the nickname to Hillary Clinton's failed health care plan. At the time, media outlets, tool for criticism. But where does it say Hillary Clinton came up with this?
No. Hillary Clinton, in her speech, or in her debate, she pointed out, I think the first one, because she goes, just remember, before it was called Obamacare, it was called Hillary Care, because her point was, this has helped all of you motherfuckers out, right?
Okay.
It was my idea at first, because remember, she thought,
right.
She was going to come in and change it a little bit.
Okay.
Like Bernie was going to come in, and he was going to actually make it a single payer act.
Yeah.
So what he was going to do was make it a public option.
This is what this is what it says here. It says media outlets coined it. Basically, this is what this is saying. At the time, media outlets and political consultants used it as a shorthand placeholder. Right. So that's what it's the media.
I heard it. Because the first place I heard it was when I think I applied for unemployment.
No, it was in the 2000. It was the 2000.
Yeah.
Right.
2008. Talking about the 2008 one's like, that was like, what is Obamacare? And they go, well, it's the Affordable Care Act, but we like to call it Obamacare.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I never thought it was a bad term, but Republicans, anything touching Obama was a problem.
Well, But what I'm saying is that even if they call it, no matter what they call it, the Affordable Health Care Act, it's a negotiation. It's a negotiation. It's not what was offered. It's what was negotiated to pass. And that's the process in the United States of America. So no matter what they call it, you wouldn't have it if Republicans didn't sign on. I wonder how many Republicans even signed on. How many signed on? I'm not even sure.
I think that at the time it happened, the Republicans were pretty okay with it because it was a compromise. Like I wish Obama had a single payer option. I think would have had a different hit. But they wanted, again, they're all getting money from the insurance companies.
Right.
The insurance companies are paying both sides.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, they didn't want that. So here it is. It says a Senate vote was 60-39. So Republicans 0 signed on. What? All 39 no votes for Republicans. Hold on. The Democrats needed exactly 60 votes to overcome the filibuster. They reached this by having every single Democrat 58 and the 2 independents. Okay, so 2 independents, Bernie Sanders and Joe Lieberman. So Joe Lieberman voted yes. Okay, now the House was different. The House was 219 to 212. So 0 Republicans signed there too. Damn.
So this is how it's going to happen for single payer plan for universal health care. They have to win the House. Like I was saying, they have to win it. They have to win the House completely and the Senate and have 60% in order to make these things happen.
They got to have a majority. They got to have a super majority.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, they got to have a super majority.
Just like it was then.
And
they're on track to do that. But to do that, they have to be united.
Okay.
Now, can I ask you? Can we change the subject for 1 second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Up. Okay, on foreign policy, what lobby group has them? What lobby group influences U.S. foreign policy the most? That's what I was trying to say. I was
foreign policy. Well, that's a good question. I mean, I would think it's the APAC.
That's my point.
Yeah.
Right now, this is my opinion, but it's other opinion. Like I didn't come up with this opinion. It was really kind of pounded in my head.
Yeah, but see, yo, man, you gotta understand something, though, man.
But just let me go ahead. Else say.
Go ahead, man.
This is what I was trying to say.
All right.
For me, the most important thing would be universal health. For me, the most important thing used to be legalizing for cannabis. That was the most take it off the controlled substance list. That was my one issue thing.
Okay.
But But recently, a lot of progressives have really gotten to me, and they're like, "Now, how could you sit and not care? Like, watch this genocide live." So the U.S. government, our number one problem has become, starting with Biden, like we are weak on foreign policy because like Biden should have immediately erased the Arab Accord, and he said we're going to redo this again, but Palestine has to be involved in it, and he didn't. So when we're causing these wars and these genocides, we have to stop that. It's one thing to kill Americans, to starve us, and not give us education, to not give us food. It's another thing to kill other countries, and that's when the subject changed. So for me, that coming election, the most important thing is our foreign policy.
Hold on.
We have
No,
to
no, no,
stop
no,
these
no.
guys.
No, it's like I don't think it's. I mean, see, this is where I differ at. I don't think that foreign policy is not important. 2 seconds. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's not. I think foreign policy is important. I think domestic policy is important, right? But what I'm saying is that this foreign policy is something that is very complex. Yeah, you can say, and I'm just going after what I've seen. You see what I mean, and what I can demonstrate too, right? Foreign policy, sadly enough, when you're dealing with the UN Security Council, right, and you're dealing with these issues, a lot of Americans aren't following this shit. A lot of Americans aren't caring about foreign policy. Now, I would give credit to activists for making the APAC thing popular to talk about. That was a great achievement, right? But the problem is that caring about what's going on in Gaza is not caring about U.S. foreign policy at all. That's just one little tiny part of it. You see, and that's the thing about it. And so we gotta be clear about what we're addressing. Palestine, what's going on with Palestine is not a representation of U.S. foreign policy. It's one place. U.S. foreign policy is global. And while getting people to care about all of it is difficult, so I think that's one of the dynamics that's going on. We should care about genocides, and the U.S. has cared about genocide a lot. That's why we funded, people in Eastern Europe so they wouldn't be fucking killed, right? How hard was it for Clinton to get permission to do that? That was hard. You see what I'm saying?
To do what?
To actually fund, groups that were getting killed off in Eastern Europe, Bosnia, Serbia, all that shit. People didn't want.
Clinton dropped the ball on that. We can get into that one later. I will go into details of that. I was in Kosovo, bro.
Okay.
Keep going. Because you're cooking.
No, I was just saying that and also it's not just that one. You see what I mean? There's a lot of policy that goes on that Americans generally don't take up. So I think it's a success that people that talk about Palestine, that they've been able to bring that into focus. But I think when we look at foreign policy abroad, it's fucked up. You know what I mean? Generally. And what's going on is that we're often pulled into things, not always because we're aggressors. Sometimes we are actually saving people's lives too. You see what I'm saying? And I think there's just a little confusion there from the American public about it, about what really goes on in their best interest or not. Just like this thing about aid. A lot of Americans didn't know how much aid, how much soft power the U.S. was using just through aid. That's foreign diplomacy. You see what I mean? And go ahead.
That's a problem because they still don't know. This guy's a bunch of idiots. USAID was doing such good work. I mean, we're spending pennies to stop people from having to leave their country and to jump into a diaspora, wind up in America, wind up in Europe.
Exactly.
And they cut that off, and millions of people are dying.
We were helping people that were allies. We're like creating allies through aid, and of course, Putin didn't want that.
Exactly, and Putin didn't want it, and he got it cut off. But the real deal is that no one talks about. What happened was USAID had like 11 investigations on Elon Musk.
Okay.
And so that's what really happened. Elon Musk canceled the investigations on himself by killing USAID. That's what that was all about.
Oh, really?
And one thing, yeah, you can look that up. Look up government investigations into Elon Musk, and I think there was a bunch, but I'm pretty sure that there was just 11 with USAID. So he killed every single group that had an every single. He killed the oversight. He killed all the things that were having investigations into his companies, into him personally.
Okay.
That's why he said, "I'm going to go to jail if this doesn't happen," because he was already under investigation for everything from workers' abuse to other stuff. Right.
USAID. Okay, let me see here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Investigations.
So don't get me wrong. That's what I think overall is the problem. Like, we Americans, we don't often know what our foreign policy is. We don't. We don't. I don't know why that is. It's also like why we don't learn anything about how other Western countries deal with healthcare and education. It's not what it's not what corporate media is doing for our people. They're just not doing it. They don't talk about our presence in the world. So Americans, when we catch on, it's either because it's only and always because we're involved in something. Either we're giving always giving weapons to people, and sometimes often Americans don't even know what the people are. We know basic things. So if it's a Muslim we're giving weapons to, that's usually not good, right?
I mean, yeah.
Right. But the Muslims might be the good people in one case. You see what I mean? It's not verbatim. It could be any way, shape, or form. It's about our values. It's not about the religions. So when we hear certain trigger things, that blows it for us. And our situation with Israel, right? The United States has been supporting Israel since day one, right? And usually what happens is that when we were supporting Israel, who was supporting the opposition? Someone was supporting the opposition, right?
No. Who's there to support the Palestinians?
Well, you don't think anybody's been supporting the Palestinians
compared to how we support? No, because so understand this: Israel has had the desire to wipe Palestine out since the 1960s, and no, we weren't paying attention. Okay, so like I saw this old report about this guy in like 1970s talking about AIPAC. Dude, that didn't make the media. I mean, it was flashed by. So nothing's really changed with what they've been doing. We just haven't been paying attention until now. And this was the first time, even in the 80s, and like George Bush Sr. lost his job because of AIPAC. Did you know that? Because they basically told the Republicans, don't vote for him, and they funded Bill Clinton against him. And then in exchange, Bill Clinton promised them the Supreme Court justice, which they got with RBG. And then they promised them that they were going to move the embassy. Who do you think did all the paperwork to move the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem? Bill Clinton. Look it up. Look up the Jerusalem Act.
Yeah, that's true.
That's not under his time. It took 8 years.
But we talked about that. We talked about that last time.
Yeah, I know. But my point is, this is just the first time that it really came out because of all the people started paying attention to it.
Uh-huh.
And over the years, like after a while, like remember who created Hamas? Hamas was.
You still there? Yo, Fries, you still there? Yeah, I think his phone, his signal went out. I think his signal must have gone out. Yeah, Bill Clinton did actually make that agreement, and it could have had something to do with the Epstein files. Straight up, that's what I think. I think it has something to do with the Epstein files, and but I don't know where Fries went. I think he's probably gonna come back in a second. Hold on, let me try to call him back. Hold on, let me see here. Yeah, but Bill Clinton, that's also very suspicious. You know what I'm saying? And Friars, are you there? Oh, something happened to his line. I don't know what happened. Something happened to his line. But I'll just wait until he gets it fixed. But yeah, I mean, okay. So look, Friars mentioned, Friars doesn't see the geopolitical part of it. He sees the U.S.'s geopolitical interest in Israel. He doesn't see anyone else's geopolitical interest in the region as being, how can I say this? As being of interest, of competitive interest to the U.S., right? So he sees it a little different. I don't see it that way. I see the Middle East as the Cold War. I don't see good and bad people. I see a lot of different mixed bag of actors. That's what I see. I'll give you an example. Also, Saudi Arabia. I mean, we support Saudi Arabia, okay? Like, it's very simple. Saudi Arabia works with Israel. They're in a security pact with Israel. There's a whole lot of countries that are in a security pact, in the same security pact. And so, of course, Israel is a little special because they're the ones that's out there. Number one, they have the issue with Palestine. They have the issue with apartheid. Nobody should be okay with that. Everyone should be unilaterally against that. But was that, I think from what I'm hearing, that is one dynamic, and I understand it. That's you can't justify it. You can't justify it. You there, Friars? You there?
I lost you.
Yeah. Okay. No, I can hear you now. So Friars.
I was talking about.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead. I'll let you finish, though. Yeah, because you were saying something. Go ahead.
I was saying the genocide in Rwanda. And then I got to the point that this is the first time they've seen a live genocide, and that's what changed people's minds. So I think more people are going to care about like what's happening in Gaza. Same thing that's happening in Ukraine, but people are right now finally seeing it for the first time. You notice that you don't see any more reports from Gaza. Do you know why? Because Larry Ellison now owns TikTok, and so any Palestinian activist just gets shut down.
Right.
So the very first thing that we have to do is recognize
but you don't
coming from.
But you don't see any. You don't see any. I mean, do you really see anything going on about genocide in the world from any place?
If as long as Larry Ellison owns TikTok, the only genocide that he's going to care about are two genocides. One, the genocide of South Africans, white South Africans, and two, the genocide of Jews. Or not, I shouldn't even say Jews, Zionists. There's no other genocide he cares about. So that you're not going to see it. You can't even upload those videos. You can't upload any video from Iran. You can't upload any video from Ethiopia. All that's done. I mean, before with TikTok, the one thing that you couldn't upload was anything about Taiwan. Now you can upload all you want to about Taiwan.
Yeah.
You just can't upload up anything about genocide because they're controlling a narrative. So, are you hearing about all the millions of people dying in Africa? No, that's not going to get on TikTok. It's not going to get on Instagram.
No,
Instagram is owned by Zuckerberg.
But that's what
I'm letting on there.
But that's just another aspect of it too. Like what's going on. I mean, what's happening in Sudan and is the same interest groups, pretty much.
What do you mean the same interest? No, this. What do you mean? People are dying. Need to get their message out. If you're being killed, we need to hear from you. They're not letting them speak. You're hearing no voices anymore, and you're not going to. As long as this system is the way it is right now, they're controlling everything. They control the algorithm. If you think Twitter's going to let you talk about somebody dying, that's not unless it's a white nationalist. No,
they ain't talking about any of it. Legacy media is not talking about any of it.
And legacy media never talked about it. Remember CNN? What was it? Carol Burnett, whatever her name is. Yeah. She wouldn't even talk about Occupy Wall Street.
It's not Carol Burnett. It's something else. Carol O'Connor.
You know what I'm talking about? No, the Burnett girl, the brown hair girl on CNN. She was on there when Occupy Wall Street came on. Dude, I was following the media. CNN never once talked about Occupy Wall Street the entire time it was happening.
No.
So that's how long this has been going on.
They don't. I mean, legacy media doesn't talk about any of it. But I agree with that. I mean,
it's controlled.
Yeah, but again, what are we going to do about it? That's what I'm saying. And ultimately, I don't have a like. I agree that Israel, the situation, what Israel's been doing to Palestinians is wrong. How do you get out of it, right? How do you stop it? My view has been like nobody really cares. See, my view has been no one really cares about Palestinians. That's been my view. Other people's view is some other people care about Palestine. Who is that? And then, who is that? Who are the people that care about Palestinians?
Oh well, there's a big Palestinian movement, dude. Because honestly, I've cared about it for a long time.
I'm talking about nations in the region.
Number one is Jordan. Jordan definitely cares about Palestinians. They're very close, and so the nations that have kind of taken Palestinian refugees. So that if you want to see who cares about them, just take a look at that. There's a list of them. Even the Saudis cared enough that they were trying to take it out of the hands of Israel. So one of the deals the Saudi press wanted to do was he was like, "Hey, just give us complete control of Palestine." And that's like, okay, let me have a waterway, and I'll do that. So he was trying to negotiate getting the boot of Israel off the neck of the Palestinians. That's and I don't like MBS at all, but that's actually something that he was trying to do because understand that's Mecca, dude. They get so much grief during the Hajj and other times when people come there and these rich billionaires yell at them about not caring. So the king of Jordan cares. He has to because remember
They
his
have
father
to
died
take a
against
lot of
Palestinians.
refugees. They take a lot of refugees.
He doesn't want to take anymore.
They're the
So
neighbors.
that's why the thing is we're not taking. No, they already did take it. Like look at the history of that's how his father was either assassinated or nearly got assassinated by Palestinian refugees that they're in the camps and they're getting pissed off how they're being treated, and they create problems. Look at Lebanon. Lebanon's took a bunch. Lebanon won't even let them have positions. Like you can't be a doctor. You can't have any position of authority in Lebanon if you're Palestinian. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
It's insane. It's insane. Look it up. But it's because they've had problems with them. But they do care. It's just the fact that they've had to deal with problems over all this. So there's a lot of people that do care about it. Like it's the duty of Muslims, especially Shiite. Like why do you think Iran cares so much? They're not even near there. But it's their duty to care
I don't
about
think
Shiite.
they care, bro. I don't think they care. That's the thing.
Turkey,
don't get me wrong.
Cares.
I'm not saying that they don't say that they care. Of course they say that they care. But I don't know. I put it to you like this. If one had to go at the expense of keeping another, what would Iran do?
What do you say? I don't understand what you mean.
If one had to go at the expense of one surviving, which one would Iran choose?
Between what?
Between themselves, their own survival, or Palestinians.
Well, understand why they're in the situation right now. It's because they were supporting the Palestinians. That's why they're here. But also, if you want to understand who supports them, it's easy. Just look up who takes Palestinian tourists.
Who takes Palestinian refugees, you mean?
Tourists. No, not refugees.
Oh, okay.
Who takes Palestinian tourists? Okay. That will tell you, they do care. Like America doesn't take Palestinian tourists. Because, we haven't in years. But you know who does? Turkey does.
Yeah.
Turkey takes Palestinian tourists, and so does Iran. So they give us some outlet. They know they can't leave their country because they don't have passports. So Iran and I know for sure Turkey does. Turkey makes arrangements so that they can do tourism there and visit. I'm sure that they do the same with the Hajj in Saudi Arabia, so that they don't want them to stay there, but you can come and you can visit. Come to the Hajj. You can get away from the madness for a bit. You can be among your people.
It says currently Palestinians tourists can enter roughly 39 to 43 countries visa free.
There you go. And so those are people that care about Palestinians.
Yeah.
It's just that
go ahead.
You have to go against America. You have to go against America, and like fuck Israel. Some of them would say, but you have to go against America, and that's the problem. Like America's like Israel is like is like their little cousin who beats and harms people, but he's part of the family, so they feel they have to defend him. But in reality, he's not. He's an adopted cousin, motherfuckers. He's not. We're not related.
Right.
But it's always said, "Well, that's my cousin." Well, it's really not our cousin. In the black community, you always say that that's my cousin. It's my cousin.
Right.
But it ain't a cousin. That's what Israel is to us. And the thing is, if Americans knew how they spy on us, how they harm us, how they drag us into wars, like Iraqis died because of Netanyahu lying about weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah.
So the thing is, that's what AIPAC is for. Keep America dumb. Don't let them get education. They have education. They don't want us to have education. Remember, Trump's favorite thing, I love the poorly educated.
Right.
Oh, by the way, off the subject, you should watch the documentary about Rupert Murdoch on I think it's HBO.
Yeah.
About his family. That's gonna fuck your head up.
See, this is the thing, man. This is what I'm saying, bro. You spent all this time here explaining, just proving my point. You see,
what's your point?
My point is information being spread to people regardless of their background. It's the information people need to hear. You just proven my point, bro. This is where this all started. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And you saying
Can I just read real quick?
No, you got to listen to my point now because you've been talking. All right,
I want to listen. Go ahead. I'm gonna listen. Go ahead.
I've been saying this the whole time. It's the information you can try. People can try to, if you shine a light on information itself, people will do the rest themselves, man. You can only hold the same. If your opinion is based on ignorance, you can only hold the same opinion as long as you're ignorant to the facts. And it might take a second, but I'm pretty sure that it's more about the information that changes people's minds. And you just said legacy media isn't going to do that job. They're not going to do it. And that's exactly what I've been saying. It's us that have to do it. And we can't say, I'm not going to do it today. Just like I have the chat open. I'm not going to only engage people that are Democrats or you're independent. Shit, I should be cutting your ass off according to your logic. But
no, I'm a Bernie guy, but I'm actually right now I gotta be a Democrat in order to work the election.
Also, Spencer is in it. I should be cutting him off. He's an independent, but I'm not. And it's the same thing with Republicans. People need to hear. I mean, MAGA people too. People need to hear this shit, bro. People need the information. That's my thought about it. So, but go ahead, man. Go ahead. I'm not opposed
Rupert
to.
Murdoch.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Rupert Murdoch all these papers, okay, and they were kind of failing, and he turned them hard right. One of his goals is really kind of to dumb people down, or defeat them in narrative, and that's what Trump likes because he understands that was explained to him. All right, Project 2025. That's why they're getting rid of the Department of Education because a smart elector is a wise voting elector, and they don't want that. So this is why their number one thing is to get rid of education, and it's working. So anybody in that bubble, dude, you weren't getting them out. What you can do is what I call the Mamdani effect. Like if you look at like 45 and over, they voted for Andrew Cuomo. I was like, what the fuck? I was shocked at that statistic. So what Mamdani did was they knocked on all brand new doors, and they got 18, 19, 21-year-olds to come out to vote for the first time.
Right.
And that's what Democrats have to do. So he had that's what Bernie did.
No.
That's what I'm saying.
No, man.
I know we disagree because you're all about getting
no, bro.
Liz Cheney's.
It's not. See, that's the whole point. See, I think you think that information is you think that there's one type of group that's affected by information. You think that there's only one group that needs to be supported by information. I don't see the Democrats as being one group. I don't see independents as being one group. I don't see Republicans as being one group. I think and then even if it's a theory, let's say your theory is correct. There's nothing wrong with just spreading the information to all of them to find out. What you're saying is a theory. What I'm talking about is anthropology. Just give the information. You see what I'm saying? Let the rest happen after you give the information. Then you're going to know what happens. But right now we're dealing with a situation with an electorate where loads of people who don't even get the information, bro. You just said it. So why are you so against Republicans or just anybody just getting the information?
Okay, so your little video with that lady on there, try talking to her.
Yeah.
Or try talking.
Yeah, her
Or
ass.
try talking to a person that's never voted before.
Taken away.
Like
Hold on, let me play it. Let me play it. Hold on. Here she
I
is.
don't care. I know what I want. I know what I want.
But you wouldn't be able to get what you want if you can't vote for it.
I don't care. I've told you 3 times. I don't care.
Are you saying you don't mind if your right to vote would be taken
I
away?
don't care. I know what I want. I know what I want.
But you wouldn't be able to get.
Yeah.
I know what I want. But listen, it is true. She's part of the demographic, but she's not all of these MAGA people. And you need to show these MAGA people, the other ones of the MAGA people, or the other ones of the Republicans, how stupid that is. That argument is, and some of them get it. You see what I'm saying? Some of them get it. They just got to be thrown in the face before they get it. It's embarrassing because at the end of the day, are they really different? Who likes being shown their asshole? Who likes that? Nobody. All right, go ahead, man. Anyway, you get the last word. I'm going to get Spencer up here. Is that who it is, Spencer?
All right, that's good. Yeah. So in 2020, I knocked on doors for Bernie, right?
Yeah.
And I had your belief because the guys were like, the instructions we were given was like, if you get a MAGA flag, if you get a MAGA thing, don't even wish to knock on the door, right? I said that doesn't make sense. Like, we should knock on everybody. So those guys went to knock on certain doors, and I knocked on those that were just MAGA, and I got the
well.
Okay, I mean, from that
perspective, I agree. I understand you because you only have so much time and resources when you're knocking on doors.
That's
I get
my
that.
point.
Yeah.
But that's with office, dude. We until 2028, we have so much time, and that's it. So use your time wisely. Get the guys. Get the biggest pocket of undecided voters are independents. They swing every election. Democrat, Republicans, they're equal same size. But the independent vote is the one that you're going to like. You're not even going to get libertarians. You're not getting Green Party at all. And they have a lot of our policies. But so you have to get the independent vote, and that's my whole point. There's new progressive, and you have to get the progressive. If they say I'm a progressive, then you have to convince them. And my thing is like the Liz Cheney. I showed you the thing. It was Sarah Longwell.
Yeah.
Sarah Longwell was the person that brought the idea, and she's from the Bulwark. She brought the idea for Harris to go and reach out to the right, and I just think it was a bad decision. She should have really worked on getting progressives. The end. That's
she should have worked on getting. She should have worked on it. I mean,
and I want you to do the same thing. I want you to get progressives, bro. Like progressives like the mission that you have, especially you have everything that the progressives want. You're a progressive dream. Okay, they're gonna be like, hell yeah, I'm gonna listen to you. They're not gonna be these mad guys that you gotta fight and scream and holler with. Progressives want to hear your message. So I'm saying, preach to the crowd that wants to hear your message. That's my whole point the whole time.
No. Wrong, man.
Wrong. I'm saying that's my point. It's not your point. That's my point.
Yeah, because see, I think I understand where you're coming from because, you're coming from a different position. To be fair about it, you're coming from a different. I'm not doing that. No. I have 1, 2, 3, like 4 things I need to accomplish when I'm talking. So I'm speaking to a wide variety of people. I'm talking to Europeans. I'm talking to Americans, and then then who's hearing me? Different groups among both of those groups and others. You see what I mean? So yeah,
most Europeans are progressive,
huh?
Most Europeans are progressive. Like they get when you talk about
no, man, Fries, man,
they
Fries,
they get all that,
man, Fries, yo.
You don't think they get that?
You know what, Fries? You know what
Europeans
it is, Fries? No,
healthcare.
No, Fries, man. The difference is this is the difference. You're coming from less of an activist perspective. You are. You're doing that.
I'm a big time activist, right?
No. But you're going on data and you're not, and you're supposing that your data is complete, and so you're going after it. You're following that data to the core. I'm not doing that because I've already learned that a lot of times data is not even done on certain segments of people. To have data done on you, you need to be privileged, bro. And I'm not doing that. There's all kinds of heaping gaps in the data, bro. And I get that. See, that I get that part because I proved that myself through doing data. You see what I mean? I proved it myself. So I don't take that approach, man. And I'm going to tell you, I confronted a lot of people that know a whole lot about politics here in Denmark that just got outworked because they were busy following a narrative that, to be honest, if they just went out there and did the data, they would have seen what others had saw the entire time. You see what I mean? And so I see where you're going, and that's why I tried to warn you man. I tried to warn you about it. You know, to be honest, I try to tell you to be more cautious about it, man, because look, even so, you say it yourself sometimes too. You say the Democratic Party didn't do the data properly. That's pretty much what you're saying. And you wish that they would.
I said
you wish she would have went out. You wish she would have went out. Fries, come on. You said you wish Kamala Harris would have went out to a certain demographic. That means she didn't do the data properly. That's what you're saying. And so,
no, they did. They made very deliberate. No, they did. They did it. They made a very deliberate choice. That's the thing. They knew.
She
literally didn't have one Palestinian activist on her team. That was a deliberate choice.
Come on, because you have to know that if they came to a conclusion, then they didn't get what the data was suggesting. If they came to the wrong if they can't,
now you're getting my point.
No, but I understand that. But what I'm saying is this: I get that. I'm not saying that
they made a choice, dude. They would rather lose the election than to have the progressive platform. They don't want. Okay, look at see year in year out, you can't go to somebody from Denmark that's going to be against. Maybe I'm wrong. But do people in Denmark are they against universal healthcare?
No, bro. Privileged people are the ones getting the data done on them. That's who gets the data.
Are people in Denmark against universal healthcare? Okay, do you meet people in Denmark?
No, but I'm not talking about that issue. It's there's other gaps. There's always an issue about data. It doesn't even matter if you're talking about Denmark or not, because data takes resources to collect. Anybody that's going out.
You think Harris didn't have enough data, dude? They had all the data that they needed.
No.
They chose certain things, bro.
No.
So we're gonna disagree.
Listen,
she's way smarter than that, dude. She's very smart. She had all the data.
But listen, you said that No. You said that they would rather lose.
There you go, bingo. They said they wrote off the progressives, just like Hillary was like in 2016, Hillary's team. Okay, first off, do you know who Karen Bass is? I was in her district in LA. Okay, she says we're not having any more town hall meetings because all these Bernie people are coming out and asking about it after the DNC.
Yeah,
they made a deliberate decision not to have any more town halls, and the Bernie people were the ones getting people out to vote. They're the ones knocking on doors. They made a deliberate decision. And by the way, Hillary won she won the popular vote. So the people did their job. What she lost was the electoral college, which we have no control over. So that's a whole different issue. See what I'm saying? There's other issues. It's not just a single issue that they didn't want her. So it's very complicated. But yeah, they made a very deliberate decision, and so did Harris.
No. Listen, man. I'm not saying Harris was perfect. I'm not saying the Democratic Party was perfect. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they didn't miss gaps or things like that. I'm saying that they did. You know what I mean? And that's also, that's also what the reporting is showing, man. Come on. But listen.
No, it's not what the reporting is showing. They didn't miss any gaps, dude. The report says that these were choices that they made. She said, I'm gonna go with Sarah Longwell.
No. Listen, all they do when they collect data, they get data from different pools. Different people are collecting data and they compile data. They have their own data and they compare it up to other groups' data. You see what I'm saying? So it's not that they didn't look at other groups' data, and it's not that other groups' data didn't suggest different things. It's that they went with their own data. There may have been gaps in that. That's okay. I get that, right? That's fine. But here's the thing. I know how data is collected, man. You don't even just go on there's a lot to it. But in any case, what I was saying is this. There's gaps in data. It doesn't matter in any type of topic. Why? Because to do data, it requires resources. It requires resources, man. Loads of resources. And otherwise, you got to do the resources. You got to do the data every year. You have to do it. If in politics, if you want to get a sense of the pulse of what people are thinking and feeling and this kind of stuff, right? So my main point about the data is that they may have seen data that suggested certain things and maybe they argued against it. Maybe they had other data that was more favorable to a different perspective or a different point. And, so they have to learn from that, right? But generally speaking, you can never, and I'm saying this about the Democratic Party too, you can never just rely on the data you have. You always got to go out and poll the data again. You always got to go out and find out what people are thinking. You always have to be looking for a change in opinion for, that's just what and even right now with these midterm elections, they need to go out. I mean, of course they do data. Who's going to believe whose data? Do you believe CNN's data? Do you believe MSN? Do you believe one of the other legacy media collectors? Because the CNN and all that is spot polling, right? So, I mean, it's a matter of whose data you look at. But overall, when you look at all of the data, there's still something else that sticks out, and that is American people voted for things that it just makes you wonder, why did too many Americans? I mean, so many Americans didn't even want health care, bro. That's a majority.
2.8 million, dude. That's all that mattered. 2.8 million was the difference between those two. All right. People came out to vote. All right. Rashida Tlaib, you know what that is? Congressman Rashida Tlaib.
Yeah.
She did it. She did the thing. I'll send you a clip. She says, I told them, I went to them and said, guys, look it. You have to focus on this Palestinian issue. It matters. They have the data. She said she went with Dick Cheney. Do you know who Liz Cheney is? Liz Cheney is the husband.
No, you're not. Don't you? I think you're in a vacuum, man.
That's what she chose.
No, but listen, you're
not paying attention to what I'm saying.
No, man, no. You're thinking that politics is one issue in the United States, that everybody agrees about one issue. This one issue, that same issue that unites some people doesn't divide others. But it does, and when you're running for office, that's the thing. These little small margins, that shit don't count, bro. You even said it yourself. It can't.
Every little bit counts.
Look, it can, but not. Listen, it can count. It can count, right? But if you are talking about something like overall, something that's huge, like that every single person cares about in the country, like healthcare, you need an overwhelming amount of people voting for it. You need that. Everyone's got to be clear.
That's not going to happen, dude. That's not going to happen in America. I don't see why you're not understanding.
No, Fries. Because you're going to rewind this tape and you're going to hear me say right in the beginning, fucking Americans ain't voting for it. And you were in the chat saying the opposite. That's not why. So rewind the tape. All right, I got you, man. Anyway, no worries. I already said it. Fucking Americans don't. No. You said don't blame. No, Friars, stop. You told stop, Friars. You said don't. You said I was wrong for blaming the voters, bro. You said I was wrong for blaming the voters.
How many Republicans voted for Obamacare?
All right, now you're gonna.
Anyway, man. Republicans voted for the Obamacare Act? Zero, dude. Zero voted for the Affordable Care Act. You read it yourself.
True.
There's plenty of independents. The independent vote is what matters, dude. That's so I keep saying. That's the one thing. That's the alternate variable. The independent vote is the one that will listen to whatever is best for them.
All right. Okay. That everybody hear Friars? That's the point he wanted to make. I'm not so sure. I don't think that's so foolproof, bro.
That's fine.
But in any case, he got a chance to come up and say his views on that. Now, everybody, remember what Friars just said, and then when the live stops, go to the beginning of the video and listen to me in the first half an hour, and you will hear Friars. You will see him in the chat saying the exact opposite to me.
No, I'm not saying.
He told me. I told him American people
Right.
don't prioritize their own best interests. They don't vote
There's
for
no doubt about
health care,
that.
and you told me don't blame the voters. That's wrong to blame the
No,
voters.
no,
All right.
So do you know the thing what Dr. King said about they would rather eat crow? I also put that in the note too in the chat for you too.
All right. Okay.
1967, Dr. King already said that you can feed the white Americans crow and they'll eat it. That's just
Let me
who we
get
are, dude.
Sterling
That's
up
not
here.
going to change.
All right.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
No. You can stay on. You can tell. Let me see. Sterling might want to ask you a couple questions. Let me hit Sterling up real quick.
Can we be on the same time? I don't know if we can.
I think so. Hold on.
All right.
Can't you be up at the same time? Why can't you be up at the same time? Where's Sterling at?
I wanted to come on with Eric and we couldn't get on the same time. What's up, Eric?
Oh, he couldn't? Okay.
Eric Klein.
Hold on. Maybe he can't. Let me see here. 2 servers. Nah, he can't. So, all right, man. Well, let me just. No, he can't.
All right, guys. Good to hear you in the chat.
All right,
And
all right.
yeah, and the last thing I'm going to say is that, just look at. I don't think that it's going to be able to make a big tent that includes Republicans, because I don't think that Republicans are ever going to vote for Democrats.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I
And
don't
if they
think
do,
so, man.
then
I think they
Did they
will,
vote for
bro. They
Obamacare?
already doing it. They're already doing that.
yeah, what Republicans voted for Obamacare?
I don't know.
One day,
I
I take it back.
No, man. I don't.
Take it back.
I don't know the
McCain did.
percentage. I don't know the
McCain did.
percentage, but I know Republicans have been losing Republican counties to Democrats. So I don't know. I don't know if that's because of independence. I don't know if it's because of only independence. That's what I mean.
Well,
but all right.
They count. They count.
They
All right.
do count.
We'll talk.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
All right,
so
Fries. All right.
that's what you focus on. All
Yeah,
right.
all
I
right,
want to get him
thank
up for
you.
now.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Appreciate it. Yeah. So
Yeah,
Friars, you can hear that he has his opinion. I have my opinion, and so that's just how it's going to be. Now let me get Sterling up here. See, you can still have a decent conversation even if you don't totally agree about everything. We agree about a lot of things. I don't cap about. I don't need to cap. Because that's not my point. I like to go to information. And if I'm not accurate about something to my feeling and it's not supported by the data, then that's just what it is. I'm not going to be trying to I'm bullshit anybody. And I don't have a horse in this thing. You know what I'm saying? Now, Sterling, can you give me a call? Are you still there, Sterling? Let me try to see where Sterling was. Direct messages. Where was he at? All right. Okay. If you can hear me, Sterling, try to call up again. For some reason, why can't I call you? Hold on. I need to say hi. I get what it is. Hey. If I say, hey, now I got you. Now I'm calling Sterling. I made that mistake. I should have called you when Friars was up. Yo, you there, Sterling? Did he not answer? Okay, let me try one more time. I saw him for a second and then it went out. Oh, maybe I waited too long. I probably waited too long. Okay. Yeah, okay, so let me go back to the chat here, man. I appreciate everybody for listening to the convo. It was pretty interesting. I mean, Fries is not a dumbass, you know what I'm saying? He's informed about a lot of things, and I do understand where he's coming from. See, my only thought is just I think it's two-party line. I think he follows the data that independents follow. This is where they're going with it. I don't do that. I think there's some errors in all across the board, and I think Americans need to start engaging Americans. Period. That's what I think. And I just think that I even know some family members that's goddamn. They made me wonder, like, why the fuck are you serious? Are you serious? And until one of them lost their mama's health care. You know what I'm saying? Fucking around with Trump. And then I was like, you see? Yeah. So people learn. And if you're not going to be there to discuss it with people in just a human way and accept that folks make mistakes, you ain't going to turn heads. You know what I mean? I am progressive and a Democrat. Now, Fries ain't no Democrat, man. He's a lying. He's trying to fool y'all to be. No, I don't know. I can't say what he is. Maybe he is. Who you know. In any case, anyway, the last bit of news was that apparently they said that Israel and the U.S. and and who else? And damn, sorry about that. Israel, the U.S. and Iran, right? That's the country. Iran have come to a peace deal, right? So we will see how long that happens. Remember now, they went through this with the Palestinians. They had meetings. Everybody had meetings and meetings and meetings, summits and summits and summits about Palestine. And so now these guys have an agreement. I think it's a reluctant agreement. I don't think any side gives a fuck about any side. To be honest, I don't think the Iranians care about Israel. I don't think the United States cares about Iran. Cares about Iran. I don't think Iran cares about the United States. I think this is happening because they all agree in what they're doing. Everybody thinks they're right. And so, yeah. And I think the only reason why there might be an agreement is because the world is like, what's fucking wrong with y'all? Can you just fucking stop? Can you just fucking stop? No one's coming to your rescue. No one's going to save you. No one's going to come and save Iran. No one's going to come and save the U.S. No one's going to do it. Anybody doesn't get Israel, you're all in it on your own. And I think that might have motivated them, Israel and the U.S., to want to reach some sort of agreement. I don't think Iran is in a place to give anything, to give an inch, to be honest. So, yeah. But in any case, let's hear.
From that deadline, President Trump seconds ago taking to Truth Social to say that he is talking to Pakistani officials. And based on that conversation, he will agree to stop bombing for 2 weeks. He also says that Iran has agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz for that time period. So I'm going to read part of this to you. It says, he says subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. So they still have to agree. I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with the definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. That's also news, Jake. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. On behalf of the United States of America as president and also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to have this long-term problem to a resolution. So a couple of things that we're going to still be asking questions about. What is in that 10 proposal? What has actually been agreed to? And I will go back through that language because I said that Iran had agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz. It does sound as though he's still leaving it there as that he's only agreeing, if that is in fact the case, that they will fully open the Strait of Hormuz. This, of course, again, coming as President Trump has been threatening to wipe out an entire civilization, saying that he was going to bomb bridges, to bomb civilian infrastructure, saying at one point that the Iranian people wanted him to continue bombing. And we knew behind the scenes that there were ongoing conversations, negotiations between the two parties, between Pakistan was serving as an intermediary between the two countries at various times. Senior White House official telling our Elena Treen that Israel is part of this ceasefire, that they have agreed to suspend its bombing campaign while these negotiations continue. Now, of course, we don't know where that ends. We don't know if that's for 2 weeks. It's not specific, but Israel is part of this starting point, which is this ceasefire. So all three sides are participating. At least that is according to a senior White House official. Now, back to to what your point is about the 10-point plan. I mean, we've been hearing about a 10-point plan from Iran for weeks now. The idea was that the United States presented a 15-point plan, that several of the points on that plan, Iranian officials were saying were unrealistic, they were impossible to meet, and they came back with their own plan. We are still at a loss as to what exactly was in that plan. What are the action points? What exactly is the U.S.
I heard it was the 10-point plan that the Iranians suggested is the one that was taken. That's what I heard. But let me see if I can dig that up real quick while this plays.
Now saying that they are willing to work with. President Trump had gone back and forth on the idea of reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Clearly, he has focused on that as a top priority after last week saying he didn't need to reopen the strait as part of a deal to end the war in Iran. So whatever it is, Iran is likely to have said long term the free and fair passage through the Strait of Hormuz, because that is something President Trump just 2 days ago or just yesterday said was a top priority.
Breaking news, Iran's foreign minister just responding to Trump's ceasefire announcement. I want to read part of it to you. He says, if attacks against Iran are halted, our powerful armed forces will cease their defensive operations. For a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces and with due consideration of technical limitations. Obviously, those words are crucial there. And the Supreme National Security Council of Iran has also issued a statement that I have here, and I'll just share you a couple of the important lines here. One of them is that the regulated passage through the Strait of Hormuz under the coordination of the armed forces of Iran, thereby conferring upon Iran a unique economic and geopolitical standing, which sounds like in a translation, Iran saying that they see this as acknowledgement that they control the Strait of Hormuz. Let's go to Zachary Cohen, our national security.
Yeah, and I got the agreement right up here in my face. So that is crazy. Let me see if I can get this up here. Can I get this up? Yeah, here it is right here. Now, here it is. What it says is, short answer, partially, but with significant concessions from both sides. The agreement in principle reached on April 7th, 2026 is a hybrid of 15-point plan originally proposed by the Trump administration in late March and a 10-point plan, a 10-point counter proposal that Iran had floating several weeks. While Iran is claiming victory by saying the U.S. accepted their framework, the reality is more of a meeting in the middle, necessitated by the April 7th deadline and the threat of massive strikes on Iran's energy infrastructure. Damn, sounds like propaganda, but comparison then and now. Feature Iran's previous 10-point offer. Okay, the agreed April 2026 deal. Okay, status of the Hormuz. Joint control with neighbors. Open and safe passage supervised by Iran. Coordination. Nuclear enrichment. Right to enrich 20% for medicine. Enrichment capped. Excess material moved to IAEA. Sanctions. Immediate total removal. This is interesting right here. Okay. Okay. So let me see. Yeah, move to the IAEA, right? Sanctions. Immediate total removal. Phased removal, starting with energy oil. Okay, immediate total removal. Sanctions. Damn. Okay, so the sanctions are being removed. Immediate total removal. Phased. Okay. Regional proxies. Non-interference. Vague. Hostilities halted, though Israel claims Lebanon is excluded. Nuclear sites. I already see this is just going to ratchet back up right there. Just because of that. Nuclear sites stay open under inspections. Select sites decommissioned. Okay. What? Damn. This is. I don't understand it. It cost a whole lot of money and lives to get this deal. What stayed the same? The core of Iran's week-old offer, the demand of guarantee of non-aggression from the U.S. and the right to a civilian nuclear program remains the centerpiece of the new agreement. Iran successfully resisted the U.S. demand for unconditional surrender and total dismantling of its missile program, which the U.S. had been demanding in early March. What changed? The agreement is currently only a 2-week ceasefire intended to finalize the details. The major change from Iran's earlier offer is their concession on the Straits of Hormuz. Iran had previously suggested it could close the straits as a sovereign right, but under this deal, they have committed to keeping it completely, immediately, and safely open to global oil traffic in exchange for the U.S. calling off strikes on Iranian bridges and power plants. Okay. The Israel problem. The U.S. and Iran have agreed to the framework. Israel's agreement is conditional. Prime Minister Netanyahu office clarified on April 8th that they support the pause in strikes on Iran, but they do not consider Lebanon Hezbollah part of the ceasefire. This is a major departure from Iran's original 10-point plan, which required a cessation of hostilities on all fronts. The verdict. It is not the same plan. It is a scaled-back version of the U.S. 15-point plan and more restrictive version of Iran's 10-point plan. I don't get this. How can it be scaled-back version of the U.S. 15-point plan and a more restricted version of Iran's 10-point plan? Okay. Both sides gave up most extreme demands. U.S. gave up. To me, it seems stupid because, of course, Iran were already monitoring this with their neighbors. So when they say they want it all themselves, is it really a concession going back to what it was already? I don't know, man. In any case, y'all, this is what it says. Yeah, so let me hear what she got to say on this.
Reporter here. Zachary, what are you learning about this? We're just getting these dual statements, one from Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and also from the Supreme National Security Council that I just shared part of.
No, Jethro Tull says it's bullshit. Eric says Trump is backing down. Jethro says Iran's 10 points haven't changed. Doesn't look like it to me. It says it 6339 says Israel is pissed. There will be no deal. Jethro says, okay, let me see. Chasing the Sun says Trump is a clown. Yeah, absolutely. Who else is in here? They had to, okay. Damn, they had women and children on the bridges ready to eat bullets. It's problematic. Fryer says okay, this is going back to Harris, so I'm gonna skip that, man. This is okay. Shatina, thank you for let's US know my goddess. Damn, okay. Shatina, good to see you here. Thanks for joining in. Let me see here. Sosa Ribeiro, Pangeo. Okay, my God. Alrighty. Yeah. So it's been interesting. I mean, I don't see any change in real change, significant change in Iran's plan. So I just, it costs money, y'all. It cost everybody money. I hope you survived. That was a, how can I say this? It's kind of like petulant children fighting. That's how I look at it. Yeah, I look at it like that. This could have happened just by sitting down and talking. But of course, Trump didn't want to do that. Netanyahu didn't want to do that. Yeah. And Iran probably, for whatever reason, they're, when you bomb people, it's hard to get them to want to sit down and talk about stuff. I mean, V, I'm in the convo in the chat. Yeah. I see you, man. No worries. Yeah, I don't think it's going to last. I have no faith in it lasting. I just think that, this happens way too many times for it to not be normalized now. I think the U.S. needs stronger leadership that can make everybody stop if they're going to be involved at all. Right now, it seems like we have weak leadership on the matter, and it does matter. It matters that you in the Epstein files when you try to negotiate shit internationally. People look at you and they know you weak at home. Yeah, and I think that's how Iran played it. Like, why should they give an inch when they know you weak at home? You know what I'm saying? Like, period. And they know that the public doesn't agree with Trump. So they're going to go that avenue. That's what all countries do, especially when they're adversaries. You know, they're going to use those points against you. So I don't think I'm just curious about where this is going to go. I don't think it's going to last long, given the history. And I hope it can change. But in any case, folks, I got to be out. I appreciate everybody coming through. I've got to make some soup right now. But I appreciate everybody coming through. Thanks, Friars, for hopping up. It was a good conversation. I mean, necessary, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Necessary. But it is necessary. It's necessary. Because, again, my job is not legacy media. It's not the same job. You see what I mean? And so for me, I'm up to talk about these things. I'm up to go through the data or have, explore different talking points and, just to try to see how they pan out. I'm open for that because I know legacy media is not doing it. I mean, they, in their own way, I guess they would think that they're doing it, but I don't think they do it enough. And I damn sure don't think they do anything about healthcare, education, anything about what's going on in Europe versus what is going on in the U.S. I just think there's a total disconnect, and I think legacy media plays a big part in that disconnect for the American people. Remember, the media's job is to inform Americans. It's not to play politics. So it seems to me like legacy media has kind of lost that battle in the U.S., and yeah, it's going to be sad. I think the outcomes reflect it. The outcomes reflect that. Yeah, we got Trump as the president, I think, because of it. And if our population was more informed, we would be stronger as a people. But right now, we're very weak. We're very weak as a people. We don't believe in healthcare. We don't believe in education. It doesn't get any weaker than that. We don't believe in childcare. I mean, goddamn, what is it you do believe in then? I mean, we don't believe in the basics of society, the things that make society strong. We just like, nah, fuck that. We don't need none of that. Everything everybody else needs in their society, we don't need because we're superhuman. We can just work 40 hours a week and get paid less, and it's just going to work out fine. But on that note, I appreciate everybody for coming out as usual. I will be back. Same time, same bad channel. Same bad channel, same bad time, right? Exactly. I guess that's what they call it. And I just really, I don't think people should give Trump any slack. Let's get slack. Let's get back on the Epstein files, because this was just a little detour. He wanted this war just to stop people from talking about the Epstein files, and we just got to do it again. We got to do it again. There's been more allegations about Trump and little people that have come out in the Epstein files. So I think I'm going to start up on that tomorrow, and hopefully we will take it from there. But in any case, I appreciate everybody. Catch up, everyone. Have a good morning. Start to your morning, and bless. Thanks for Fries for hopping up. Sterling, I'm going to get you tomorrow, man. Sorry I didn't get to you again today. Anybody else? Load Discord on your phone, on your mobile app, and you too can hop up on the live. Be good, everybody. I appreciate y'all. Subscribe, like the channel. See ya.
The people you trust got an M for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every crew. Don't let it go. It's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Even 7 roads to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I doubt documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and I feel we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die. You voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more. But they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more. But they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like a lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers. Cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in the way to settle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear. But they won't cause the TVs whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't fear. And they cloud up and get crazy and won't steer. And like an ab, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more. But they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more. But they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Can you feel it? Nothing can save ya, cause this is the season of funky behavior. I came to relax your mind, you can recline. On what? On this here rhyme. I like the style, I'm staying for a while. It helps me show cats that I'm versatile. I'll touch your dial, turn your frown to a smile. I'll make you feel like you're having a child. So relax and open up, child. I'm about to make you walk what? Pimp style or pimped out style. You don't understand the logic. See if you don't have it all, I'll take a deposit. I got shit for you, it's alright indeed. It's like going to the garden and planting the seed. It might tickle for a second, but it won't bleed. So just relax, just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Your entertainment at the same time, edutainment. In other words, you could call it bent. What I'm saying is that I'm here at your service. It's hard work, but then again, I deserve this. I'm helping people enjoy their spare time. I'm like an instructor when I'm doing my rhyme. Relax and just hear the dope track. It's really not all that, it's not like a gag. We like that when everything is relaxed and chill. You don't have to get fucked up or take pills. Cause I like being myself, it feels good. Yo, it makes my meals taste good. 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 So just relax. It's your dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. My mind state now won't inflate. To save the buzz, this much wiser kid, fuck the shade. And take it to a lower level, and dig a ditch for the devil. Got some more kids and pass the shovel. Dig a hole, take them on a spiritual roll. Lyrics unfold, either that or unroll the scroll. Episodes keep reoccurring and stifling people's vision get blurring. Their hearts start murmuring. I'm about 5 times iller than a Sherman. Introspection is God's gift to the miracle. I freak material, lamb's milk without the cereal. When MCs say your booty, they mean venereal. Your fake material hip-hop killers, they more faking than fucking Michael Jackson and Thriller. The status of a hoe, Quanto Costa. They wanna know how much it costs, kid. I bet for keep tell me just relax, and just hear and don't cry. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you could wear your hat. Just relax, and just hear and don't cry. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you could wear your hat. Just relax. But I just back away real cool, no fussing. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do. So sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far. But evil lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin. But then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. So listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, homeboy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Enter the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC/master of the ceremony. To the bony, won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey.